yabo bo begwalini
ndo bebiwa Zanani Musanda.
When was
I was born at Zanani Musanda.
When?
Lini?
Mwazi 2 za mwezi wa 8 1972.
On the 2nd of August 1972.
So you are called to testify today on behalf of the 8 respondents. Is that correct?
Jino bobidzwa apa namusi bobulawa apa namusi uri bade banekedze butanzi nga wemera mupinduli wa bumaro ndi jone.
Ndizabuku.
Correct.
Before the evidence was led in this court, you were the first respondent.
Pamba musi butanzi buchidiswa pano pamba kote ibone bo baba mupinduli wa butano.
Ndizona.
Yes.
And you have since filed the notice to abide by the decision that this court will take after hearing evidence. Is that correct?
Jino baita jino fi notice to abide nga cheweni ya jiwa nga hii kote hapa ndizone tele.
Ndizona.
Correct.
Can you tell this court why you filed the notice to abide?
Vanga taruchedza kote ino na uri ndingani boita nga urara.
Ndo advice wa ngalea rayanga wo majiga attorneys bani wanaratando.
I was advised by my legal representative, Mr. Majiga, from Majiga Attorneys, from Toyando.
What will be your comment to someone who will say that you are here today to support your own case as the first respondent?
Vangari mini kamutwane angari bone na musiba pano udautikeza hino ni case yabo.
Nandi pano ndo doitikeza case ya Mphephu Mphephu Ramabulana achango doitikeza case yanga.
I am here to support the case of Mphephu Ramabulana chieftaincy, not to support my own case.
Na unkumbera kuto unkumbera.
They requested me.
Who are your parents?
Va baby babo ndibonyi.
Mianga ndi wo matamera Mphephu. Kosi yanga ndibo Patrick Ramano Mphephu. Kosi kuru wo Patrick Ramano Mphephu.
My mother is Matamera Mphephu. My father is King Patrick Ramano Mphephu.
Who is your grandfather on your paternal side, on your father's side?
Ma kuru wabo nge kasia labo koti ndibonyi.
Ndibo kosi kuru wo George Mburayini Mphephu.
King George Mburayini Mphephu.
Your grandfather on the side of your mother, meaning the person who gave birth to your mother, who's the father of your mother?
Koti meabo ndibonyi.
Koti ya mianga ndi kosi kuru wo George Mburayini Mphephu.
King George Mburayini Mphephu.
What was his role in Vhavenda community, George Mburayini Mphephu?
Bo kosi kuru bo George Mburayini Mphephu mushumo wabo apa ka rushaka rwa Vhavenda woba upio.
Woba uwa kosi kuru ya rushaka rwa Vhavenda.
It was to be the king of the Venda nation.
Will I be correct to say that your father and your mother are siblings?
Ndi doba ndichikwamba zvone nara rindangari mume wabo kotsi yabo na mukeguru na mme yabo ndi dzikaladzi.
Vadaba vakwamba zvone.
It is correct.
What role did your father Patrick Ramano Mphephu play in Vhavenda community?
Mume wabo kosi bo Patrick Ramano Mphephu mushumo wabo karushaka rwa Vhavenda woba upio.
Woba kosi kuru ya rushaka rwa Vhavenda vadaba president ya rushaka rwa Vhavenda ya Republic ya Venda.
He was the king of the Venda nation and he was also the president of the Venda nation.
How many wives did your father have?
Munne wabo bo bana batano ni bangani?
Vavana vatano ni vafumi na muthihi.
11.
When you were growing up at Zanani, Musanda, who amongst your father's wives were residing at the royal palace? At Musanda.
Ezvi vachikwaruwa ngeidzanani Musanda kavatano ni ba munne wabo ndi vapiyo vevava vachiwanala nepo vachidzula nepo Musanda.
Amongst the 11 wives?
I don't know if you are referring to royal palace, to farm or
who was staying at Musanda?
Beva vachidzula Musanda.
Musanda wava uchidzula vodorisi, adzula miyanga vomatamela, adzula votendani, adzula voregina, adzula vomavungu, adzula navo Elisa.
Miss Doris, my mother, Miss Matamela, Wotendani, Regina, Miss Mabungu, and Miss Elisa.
Where was your father residing?
Mune wabo baba bachidzula ngati?
Mune wanga baba bachidzula phamuni yavo.
At the royal palace. In his royal palace. Phamuni.
How far were the wives' houses from the royal palace?
Zvino nduidzi dzavatano ni dzova dzikabukule bungapani ubva phamuni?
Dzova dzisikule na rutivi.
They were not far, not at all.
If someone want to visit your father, the king, could they enter the palace?
Zvino mumwe mutu arere achikotododarera mume wavo kosi kuru bova vachijena ngei phamuni?
Phamuni ova sajeniwe arali mutu akangodaira muna wangai ova achiya kha vone chiozvi vane vava vomuthero vone chiozvi vadomujiya vamuisa randavurani ine kotsi yanga vava kuwanela khayo.
No, they will not enter the phamo. If one wants to visit my father, she will go to Mutero by the name Mutero, Miss Mutero, Mutero. Then Miss Mutero will take that person to the rendezvous where my father was found, where the king was found.
So how far the rendezvous was from the palace? It was not far. Who was in charge of that rendezvous?
Ndinyi wherever achitogomera kana ayene ane aranga randavura iyo.
Ndi meanga vomatamela ngori na kids achidzura navo.
My mother, Mrs. Matamela, because she, even the keys, she was keeping the keys for the rendezvous.
Who was assisting your mother with the logistics at the rendezvous?
Where vachitusa meabo anga zvituzvane pa rendezvous ndinyi?
Ndine wenda wandichitusa ngauri ndandichikono yotusa nanga mapunguri ndikono vadzuzanyela dzidayari. Ndikono vadzuzanyela dzikhalenda dzavo nokono vya dzigulupeni dzavo nazvote zvine ndadhibana zvivado zvitoda ndiyandazvivene ngei randavura.
Myself, I was the one who was assisting because I would prepare his diaries. I was assisting by his diaries, ballpoints, calendars, and everything that I knew that he would want in the rendezvous. I was the one who was assisting.
When you were at your mother's house, were you able to see people who are entering the rendezvous?
Ezvivanduni ya mukeguru kana ya meabu baba vachikono kuona vatu vanokojena rendezvous.
Ndova ndichikono kuona vatu vanokojena rendezvous.
Yes, I was able to see them.
How many siblings do you have from your mother?
Kame abo babangana.
Kami anga rivararu.
We are 3.
Who is the firstborn and the gender?
Tanje ndi nyina hone mbeu yawe.
Wa thoma ndi matodzi ane aba mufumakazi.
The firstborn is Matodzi. She's a female.
Secondborn?
Wa uviri ndi nne.
I am the secondborn.
Wa uraru ndi azindini ane aba wa munna.
The thirdborn is Azwindini. It's a male person. Azwindini.
Growing up at Zanani Musanda.
It's a male.
Growing up at Zanani Musanda, how will the community treat you, especially when you were at school?
Zvino izvi vachikodearu wapadzana nemusanda chichava chone community yova ichivafarisa hani ngamamba chikoroni
community vachimfarasa mwana mumwe namumwe kana samuthu mumwe namumwe.
The community treated me like any other child, or any other person.
How was your father's wife houses as well as the Randaveld finished? How were they finished? And what futures will one found in those houses?
Zvino zvitanga izvi kana ndu dza vatanuni vamune wavo dzova dzihani furniture yavainga dzova dzihani
ndu hedzinoni dza vatanuni nga ngomu hadzo dzova dzichifana ngauri arali imwe yo dzheniswa metho u ḓona dzoṱhe dzina mimethe mitsvuku dza dovha dza vha na masofa matsvuku a dovha havha na dziphukha dzine wa wana dzo nambatedziwa kha dzimbondo dzindui nga ngomu dza dzi tshi fana.
All the houses of all the wives, they look alike. If there is carpet in this house, there will also be a carpet in that other house. The red carpet, you will see that there is a red carpet and red couches, and there are also these pictures for animals mounted there.
Were they different from the features that you will find at the farm?
They were alike. They looked alike. They were not different.
When people come to the royal palace or royal house with Mufaro, what is the purpose of that Mufaro?
Izvi vatu vachidhapa pamoni kana vachidhapa musanda na Mufaro ndivo ya Mufaro uyo ndi mini
uva hudisa dzimpho kha khosi ine ya kubusa nga tshifhinga tshecho vasiya dzimpho hedzo vahuma na mifaro yavo isina tshithu
is to bring gifts to the chief or king who is ruling during that time, and after that they will go back with their Mufaro empty.
What will you say to someone who said people comes with an empty Mufaro to receive gift from the king?
Vangari mini kamutu ane angari vatu vadana mifaro isina chitu uri vawane dzimpho dzichibva kha khosi.
Azvikona dzei ngauri rine rito uluviwa vatu vachida vakoda uluva khosi ine yakobusa nga checho chipinga.
It is impossible because people bring royalties to us, or rather they come with gifts to us. When they come, they bring gifts to the king, or rather the chief who is ruling at that time.
The topic that I'm going to ask you a question now will be relating to Zekiso's wife, as well as the status, as well as your father's wife.
Zvino to ine rakho jena khayo hapa idove kwamba nga fungo la mtano ni wa Zekiso na buimo amune wa.
Before I do that, we know that at some stage, even though the could be a dispute at some stage, you rule the Vhavenda community.
Riaji divazori o bana chipinga chebone na ona kanedzamo chebone baba bachikubusa rushaka rwa Vhavenda.
For how long was it?
Zoba zwa chipinga chingapani?
Zamingwa ya fumbili raru 23.
For 23 years.
In that 23 years, as a please.
Specify.
As a please.
In what way? Many capacities
as a please. Okay. So, in what capacity were you ruling?
Bone boba bachikubusa samini.
Ndotoma sa kosi ya Bishaka Mphephu Ramabulana.
I started as a chief of the Mphephu Ramabulana clan.
Which year from 1998. Nga 2012 ndayanda rwerwatari kana ndanangiwa sakosi kuru ya Bishaka Vhavenda ngamuta.
From 1998, then during the year 2012, I was then identified as the king of the Venda nation by the family.
By virtue of your position, will you able to tell this court if you have knowledge relating to Vhavenda custom?
Ngabuba awimo habo bangakona kudza ikotena uri bana ndibona ya maitele athu zwa Chivenda.
Ndikakona itaruchaiza ngori ndobusa vachikhala chirafu.
Yes, I am in position to can do so because I ruled for a long time.
Do you know what is a Zekiso wife?
Vaya dibana uri mutanuni wa Zekiso ndimini.
Mutanuni wa Zekiso ndi mufumakazi onomarero khosi. Khosi ine yakubusa ngacho chipinga. Khosi ine yabachijuluni. Yorangwa phanda ngakhazi yafuka nayo oranga achikumaliwa ngazikhoromo zomara okhazi kana zikhoromo zonobva karushaka.
A Zekiso wife is a wife who is married for the king or rather the chief who is ruling at that time, and the delegates are led by the Kazi, led by Kazi. They use cattle to marry that wife or that Zekiso wife. They use cattle that marry the Kazi or the cattle that are coming from the community.
So what is the sole purpose of marrying a Zekiso wife?
Mungulo muurwane kana ndivo khulwane ya ubinga mutanu ya udzea mutanuni wa Zekiso ndimini.
Ndiwori ade abebe khosi ya machero.
Is that she must come and give birth to the future leader, the future king.
How do you know about this concept of Zekiso wife?
Ilipungo la Zekiso wife validivisa hani.
Ndili dibanga uri ndodzura na vakarana vakegulu ndiyavudzisa yesu uri ndikono vana ndivo ya mverere na mikhwa ya Vhavenda.
I know it because when I'm with the old men and old ladies, I inquire, I question them, I seek knowledge from them so that I can become knowledgeable about the Venda customs and so that I can be disciplined.
Did your father have a Zekiso wife?
Mume wabo bo wabana mtanuni wa Zekiso.
Baba naye.
Yes.
What is her name?
Madzina abo ndini.
Masindi Mphephu.
Masindi Mphephu.
Did she have a child?
Wo bana mwana.
Baba na mwana muthihi.
She had one child.
Who's that child?
Ndinyi uyo mwana.
Chimangazo Dimbanyika Mphephu.
Chimangazo Dimbanyika Mphephu.
His gender?
Mbeu yawe.
Oba amutu wa munna.
May.
So you said it was she had one child.
Bakori bo bana mwana mtipeti.
Bo Masindi baba na mwana mtipeti.
Masindi had one child.
So Dimbanyika didn't have a brother or sister
bo
from his mother's side.
bo dimbanyika kasiya lamme abo awongo bana muratu kana khaladzi kana mkomana
bo dimbanyika abango bana mratu bo bebiwa bote.
Dimbanyika was alone.
So in terms of the seniority, Masindi Mphephu was which wife from your father?
Uyanga mutebe wabuhulwane bo Masindi Mphephu bo baba mtanuni wabungana kamune wabo.
Bo Masindi Mphephu bo ba mtanuni wabubili ka batanuni ba mune wanga.
She was the second one from my father's wife.
In terms of her status in the family?
She was the Zekiso wife.
So, who was your father's first wife?
Mutanuni wa uranga wa mune wabo ni bonyi.
Ndibo ana ba Jagabosi.
Ana Jagabosi. Jagabosi.
Do you know when was she married?
I don't know when was she married.
Okay. Then Masindi Mphephu, where does she come from?
Masindi Mphephu bavanga.
Masindi Mphephu bava Mpumbude.
From Mpumbude.
Are the Mpumbudes royal families?
Ba Mpumbude ndi ba dzofala bohosini.
Ba Mpumbude asiba dzofala bohosini. Bato bani babudzulelana na ba Mphephu. Bo bana bulezani habudi na ba Mphephu.
They are not the royal family, but the thing is that they had good relationship with the Mphepus. They were loyal to the Mphepus.
What will you say to the applicant's contention that the Mphepus only marries from the royal family?
Ngari mininga ilipungo lauri va mutahori wa bohosini wa Mphephu ba mara kana badzeya mitani ya bohosini peti.
Ndingari asizone ngori baba Masindi Mphephu abave mutani wa bohosini.
I can say it is not true because Masindi Mphephu is not coming from the royal family.
Which house did your mother, in terms of seniority, belongs to?
Zichenga mutebe wa buhulwane me abuba ka ndu ya bungani ndiba bungani.
Me anga boba mufumakazi wa buraru. Baba ka ndu ya bubiri kurwane ichiya ka zindu zonomaro musanda.
My mother was the third wife, but she was in the second house in terms of houses. Those who are married at Musanda, so she was in the second house, but she was the third wife.
Was there any wife that your father resided with at Famo during his reign as the king of Vhavenda?
Ngachipinga cha ubusa amune wabo. Ona mtanuni we baba bachidzulana yena Famo.
Auna mtanuni we baba bachidzulana Famo.
There was no wife that was residing with him.
So what was the position?
Nyimere ndipyo.
Nyimere ndi yauri Famoni udzula kosi ine yakubusa ngacho chipinga bafumakazi bote bamusanda. Baba bana zindu dzawo dzine kosi itobidza ono yakotoda ene adachia Famoni adaba aumera murau ka ndu yawo.
The situation is there is no wife who resides with the king or the chief at the Famo. So the thing is, the king or the chief will call any woman that he prefers or he wants at that time. And she will go to the Famo. Then after that, she will go back to her house.
Na uri arari Famo afi yazura mutanuni. Zidori kakisa ngori matiba chikhayo. Oyo mutu udosa chiburi Famo ndiyawo.
And the thing is, if wives are allowed to reside at the Famo, then there will be a problem because when the chief or the king dies, then that person will claim that farm. to be hers.
So, what will you say to the applicant contention that Ezekiel's wife lives at the farm?
Ilipungo lo ambiwa unga mutu anokuita kumbero hapa lauri mutanuni wa Zekiso udzula phamoni bari miningana.
Asizone na ruti nabo Masindi baba Zekiso wife mara bongo dzula phamoni.
It is not true, not at all. Masindi was Ezekiel's wife, but she was not residing in the farm.
Okay. Where was she residing? Masindi.
Masindi baba bachidzula ngati?
Masindi baba chidzula Hamatsa.
At Hamatsa. She was residing at Hamatsa.
How far is Hamatsa from the royal palace?
Over apa Musanda uya Hamatsa ndi mkule bungapani?
Zinga jia kana zinga ita about 20 kilometers.
About 20 kilometers.
So I'm going to ask you a question relating to your relationship with the late Debunking.
Zvino ndikoba butisa dzimbudziso maerana na bushaka havo na mutahavu bo Debunking.
So how are you related with the late Debunking?
Bana bushaka dena mutahavu bo Debunking.
Ne nabo Debunking riva ratu na vakomana ro fambana nga mme rivana vakhotsi muthihi. We
are siblings from the same father. We differ with mothers. That is the position, my lord.
When you were growing up, when did you first get acquainted with the late Debunking? Your brother? Your half-brother?
Ejivachikwaruwa ndilini eba thoma u tawela nakalo dibana na mukomana wa Debunking.
Ndina womingwa ya between 9 and 13 ndani chibothoma mdiba.
I started knowing him at about between 9 and 13 years old.
How did you first started to know him?
Bo thoma hani umdiba zothomisani.
Debunking anothoma mudiba musi achikoda ubona mukara vachitangana yeranda uranyi odo uhumbera thuso yazwina vakotoda zvone uyena zuzwa chikorona zvino.
I started to know Debunking when he came to visit, or rather to see my father, because he wanted help for assistance, or rather help for the school things and other things. And he met him at the roundabout.
At that point, you and the late Debunking, what was your position in the Vhavenda community? What were you known as?
Ngaicho chipinga bone nabo Debunking buimo habo kana maimo abo obafio karushaka rwa Vhavenda bo abachidibelwa zvipio.
Rari chitova vakororo.
We were just princes.
So, when you were growing at the at Zanani Musanda, where was Debunking residing?
Ezvi vachikwaruwa pa Zanani Musanda, Debunking ovachidzula ngati?
Ovachidzula Hamatsa.
At Hamatsa.
So, as you grow up, and before Debunking became the chief or the king, how was your relationship with Debunking?
Oh, before?
Yeah,
he became.
Before he became the chief, what was their relationship?
Bone na Debunking bushaka habo hoba one asathu bakhosi.
Rovari na bushaka abudinga manda. Ndikadiro umbura chimwe chipinga nene chikochena chikoro apo University of the North. Ndi mutu wava chikono uhirana kumbi achida chimbona achintolera chipinga chote.
We had a very good relationship. I remember one other time when I was attending at the University of the North. He was at stage, hired a kumbi to come and visit me, to come and see me.
You mentioned about the university. How far did you progress with your studies at the University of the North?
Kezvo buamba ngafungo la university hapo. Zvino kazva dzipfunzo bo gumanga apo University of the North.
Ndangoita BCom in accounting lo ita miṅwaha miraru.
I was doing BCom in accounting and I did it for 3 years.
So, in which year did you drop out?
Bo dropa ka nwa wa bungani.
Or level?
Kana level.
Ka level ya vhuraru.
The third level.
Before the late Dimbanyika became the king, where was he working?
Pamba musimu mutahavu bo Dimbanyika. Pamba musimati pamba musibasa tuba.
Where was he working?
Okay. Pamba musibasa tuba course. Boba bachishuma ngapi?
Wo Dimbanyika bo bachishuma Masuri.
Sorry. He was a soldier.
Where was he based?
Ngapi? Bachishumera ngapi?
Vuani 15 Sai.
Scott places. 15 Sai. Sai. S-A-Y. S-A-I. 15 Sai.
So I'm going to ask you to assist the court on what you know relating to the relationship between the late Dimbanyika and the late Furufero.
Zvino ndi kova vutisa dzimbudziso maerana na zvine vadiva nga vushaka vukati yavo Dimbanyika Mutapu vo Dimbanyika navo Furufero. Yes.
Are you aware of any marriage celebration that took place between Furufero and Dimbanyika?
Hona tamusi upembelela mbingano zvezva vahone mbingano vukati yavo Mutapu vo Dimbanyika navo Furufero tamusi zvine vone vazvidiva.
Oh. As a place, I will refrain. No, that. I will find a way. As a place.
Asking whether the question was whether he was aware.
As a place. As a place, I will do so.
Whether he has knowledge.
As a place.
What a marriage, if any.
Okay. As a place, mother. Are you aware? I mean, do you carry any knowledge of marriage between Furufero and Dimbanyika?
Hona ndiwo ine baba nayona tamusi ngambingano vukati yavo Furufero na Mutapu vo Dimbanyika.
Autoona ndiwo ine ndava nayo lini.
I don't have any knowledge.
Dimbanyika was your brother. Was your brother? Was there any stage that you were invited to a marriage ceremony?
Mutapu vo Dimbanyika vo baba mukomana wavo hova na chipinga tamusi chevadorambiwana uri vade vapembere uchiteura mafungo a mbingano.
Auna na chipinga che haitwa munyanya una wangapemberiwa ngauri nne ndadova nozvidiva panda avathu vote ngori vo Dimbanyika ndachiva ndinavo chipinga chinji.
There was never a time where there was any celebration. If that was then I was going to be the first one to know, because I was very close to the late Mr. Dimbanyika.
When your father passed on, what happened to the farm?
Ezvi mativa achiha munne wavo vachidzama hoitea mininga farm.
Famo ya cheliwa.
The farm was locked.
What is your comment to the contention by the applicant that Furufero and Dimbanyika stayed at the farm before Dimbanyika became the king?
Lauri bo Furufero na msadzi wa bo Furufero na mtavu bo Dimbanyika bo baba chidzura hangi pfamoni pamba musi bo mtavu bo Dimbanyika bachivakosi bari miningai.
No, azongo biazwa konadze no rina ngamvelele uri na Vhavenda ari nazo zizithu.
And then it did not happen, and we don't have such in our culture as Venda people. We don't have that.
And then arali uchigopfi zveiteya rune azongoiteya vakororo vadokombechedza uri vaye kadzikadzi namakotsi mene vabudzisa uri ndingwani Dimbenyika achikodzera pfamoni asathu jena zvamuri vona special treatment chana chaitwa Dimbanyika azongovaoneso mutu onojena pfamoni ujena onovakhosi.
If it happened, because it did not happen, if that was the position, then the princess and the prince, they will go to the Qadis to inquire about it so that it can be stopped, because that would be to give Dimbanyika a special treatment. So it did not happen. It did not happen.
When did you first carry knowledge of a relationship between Dimbanyika and Furufero?
Pongo labushaka mkati ya mtavu bo Dimbanyika na msadzi wa bo Furufero bone boli wanisana boli debisana.
Ndoli dibanga bone bane bo Dimbanyika ndichiba towa nawo richiyavuwani richobona na mwana wabo Masindi.
I got it from himself, Mr. Dimbanyika himself, and when we went to Vuwani to see his child, Masindi.
At that stage, what was the status of Dimbanyika?
Ngaicho chipinga status cha Dimbanyika choba chichipio.
Bo Dimbanyika baba mkororo.
He was a prince.
So when Dimbanyika became the king, where did he reside?
Bo Dimbanyika bachiba kosi bo dzuranga
bo dzura pfamoni
at the farm.
And Furufero?
Bo Furufero
vana imwe randavura yavo yevava chidzura kale.
She had her Rondaville that she was residing in.
So what is your comment that to the applicant's case that Furufero only moved to the Rondaville after the death of the late Dimbanyika?
Zvino ilifungo linokwambiwa nga uya anokuita kumbero lauri bo Furufero bo bva pfamoni vayodzurange Rondaville ngamuramusi matiba onoha.
Ndikasi tenderere nazvo ngauri bo Furufero vavodzisa vana Rondaville yavo ine vavakhayo. Bo Dimbanyika zvezvi arali vakutoda bo Furufero vavachivavidzira hange, ende zvidova zvaruvisa petu kuti uri pfamo asi I belong to mtu aitova ya kosi ine ava ikovusa ngachecho chipinga pfamo iva yaiushaka.
I disagree with that because Furufero had her own house, had her own Rondaville where she was staying, she was residing. So when Dimbanyika wanted to see her, she would come here and she would go to the farm. And it brings us back that to that farm does not belong to the reigning king, or rather the ruling king at that time. It belongs to the family, or to the royal family.
So when you became the the chief or king of Vhavenda, where did you reside after becoming the chief?
Izvibono ba khosi kana khosi kuru ya rushaka rwa Vhavenda boya vadzura ngati
ndandadzura pfamoni
at the Pamo.
So what do you say about Hope Mphephu's evidence that when you became the king, you lived at the farm with your wife and children?
Kha utanzi yabo Hope Mphephu hauri chipinga cha musiba chiva khosi kana khosi kuru boya vadzura pfamoni na mutanuni naba.
nne ndichiva khosi kana khosi khulu athongo yandadzula na mutanuni mutanuni ndandichitovavidza vachida mutanuni wanga oya adzula kha nndu ya miyanga
After I became
ngauri ndandichiwodiva milayo
After I became a chief or king, I did not go and reside at the farm together with my wife. My wife stayed in my mother's house. I would just call her whenever I wanted, because by then I was aware of the rules or the customs.
ndingazo na mtanuni kana mufumakazi wanga ndopedzera ndamuonera mndu makhado lostrishati ngauri pfamoni audziri mufumakazi.
That is why I even bought a house for my wife at Louis XIII, because women are not, wives do not stay at the farm.
When did you bought her a house?
Bomuwanera ndulini
ndomuonera yone nga 2008
2008.
I think I must clarify this now. I was going to ask you later. This house, in whose name is it registered as now?
Iyo ndo zvazvinori chikwamba madzina niyo registerwa madzina nyanya
ndo zvazvino ndoichincha ndoijenisa madzina ni amwe nanga Ramano uri ndikonomupa rikonomupa ifa lawe rikavichira.
I transferred to my child's name Ramano, so that we can give him his inheritance while we are still alive.
Tell this court if there's any role that, or let me put it this way, was there any role that you play in raising Masindi, the applicant, after the death of her father?
Huna mushumo wewa itana tamusi wa arusa Masindi oya lokuita kumbero hapo ngamura wa musimatiba ono kamune wawe bono dza
una mushumo bwinda bandikoita mune wa Masindi borudzama Masindi namujia aya adzura na mufumakazi wanga.
Okay. Yes, there is a role that I was doing, or that I was playing after her father passed away. I took Masindi. She was residing with my wife.
Masindi ndomujia ndamu chomisa chikole creche.
I took her and she started education at the creche.
Ndomujia ndamisa primary, ndamisa secondary, ndamisa na tertiary.
I took her to the primary level, secondary, and I even took her to tertiary.
Namusi ndichirenga ndo makado. Masindi over achiruga chikuru ndabandi kudzura naye.
Even after I bought a house at Makado, when Masindi comes back from school, I was residing with her.
Why did you have to do that?
Zenda gudisiwa kana zenda kuzvangu zvanenge vakara ndizvauri hange musanda arari kosi yave kubusa ngacho chechipinga yosiya mwana mutuku ndikudipindurira kosi ine yako jaina uri ikonotogomera umwana usvikira achitabudza chikoro.
What I was taught, or what I was told by the old men, they told me that if a reigning king passed away and he leaves little children or a little child, so it is the responsibility of the ruling king or the ruling chief at that time to take care of those kids until they finish school.
So, how's your relationship with the Masindi, or the applicant?
bushaka bukati yabo na Masindi oyali kuita kumbero buhani.
abuchava abudina ruti
It is no longer good, not at all.
Since when?
Uvaleni
ubva che ndawana dzibambiri dzichikobva kama lara yawe auri ene ukotoda bubusi.
since I received papers from her attorneys that she is claiming the chieftaincy.
So, I want us to go to another section, and we'll be I will ask you questions relating to Mphephu Charles Mphephu.
Ndi kotodoreka chimwe chipidha apa ndidova vutisa dzimbudziso ngavo Mphephu Charles Mphephu.
So who's Mphephu Charles Mphephu?
Mphephu Charles Mphephu ndinyi?
Mphephu Charles Mphephu ri mukomana khanne ri vakomana na varatu mara Mphephu Charles Mphephu opedza achiva ri vana va khotsi muthihi ri fambana nga vomme.
Mphephu Charles Mphephu is we are siblings. He's my elder brother, my half brother.
Ne ndichipedza uvewa vuhosi ndichivewa vuhosi ndovewa vuhosi na Mphephu Charles Mphephu andome yanga.
When I was installed or rather coronated as a king, Mphephu Charles Mphephu was my ndumi, was covered also as a ndumi.
So he was the second applicant. In this case, he's the one who deposed the founding affidavit when this matter commenced in 2012.
Boba ba muhumbeli wa bubiri kaya case. This an affidavit, founding affidavit musi case ichitoma ngawo yomwa wa 2012.
So I'm going to refer you to some of the proposition that he made relating to Vhavenda customs.
Zvino ndidova isaka zvimwe zve azvisumbedzisa kana vazvisumbedzisa ava Mphephu Charles Mphephu zvichikwama maitele azvitu zva Chivenda.
The first one, he contended that in Vhavenda custom there are two zekisos.
Chauranga osumbedzisa kana vosumbedzisa zvauri karushaka rwa Vhavenda kamaitele arushaka rwa Vhavenda una madzekiso maviri.
What is your response to this?
Phindulo yavo kailova iri mini.
Karushaka rwa Vhavenda dzekiso ndilithihi.
There is one dzekiso in the Venda nation.
Let me also tell you that that issue, the dispute has been resolved because the applicant attorneys conceded that they've since accepted that there's only one zekiso.
Zvino kava ndivavudze kuti tamusika helo lonopedzwa ngalo ngamwambo wauri namuimiriri ngapa thungo iyi vonotenda zvauri dzekiso ndilithihi.
Then the second contention that he made, it's in that will be volume 1, IFA 1, High Court record, the High Court record, my lord. Volume 1 is
Page?
my lord, page 23. paragraph 46. my lord. Volume, my lord, I'm not sure. Volume 1. As a I think one of the, it will be appearing like. As a piece, my lord. My lord, it's 46, my lord. As a piece, my lord. Toni was Ndumi to the previous paramount chief, Dimbanyika, and he could not therefore ever be a permanent king or paramount chief. To permit that will violate the principle, the basic principle of Vhavenda custom of succession to traditional leadership that are designed to ensure peaceful succession. So, as a
yeah, I got it. It's called places. Cash apaka 46 ndiapo ni akopi botoni boba ba bandumi ya kosi yopirawo kudimbanyika zvinonga uralo abakoni unga jena kachitulo chabo husinirwa chote cha uba kosi.
So what I want to ask you, are you aware of any Vhavenda rule that says Ndumi under no circumstance can succeed?
Zvino zvinenda kotodo vabutsa zvone ndi zvauri ka maitele ya rushaka rwa Vhavenda huna mulayo une vaudivana une wasumbedzisa kana wamba zvauri ndumi ngafasi ya nyimele ifiyo kana ifiyo ingasikwane ujena chitulo.
Auna na mulayo na mti woraro.
There is not even a single rule in the Venda customs.
Do you confirm that you were Ndumi of Dimbanyika?
Bone bakukhwatiseza zvauri bo baba ndumi ya Dimbanyika. I confirm.
And who was the Kazi?
Kazi oba unyi.
Gobo Mavis Mphephu.
Miss Mavis Mphephu.
Do you know? Do you know any other royal family in Vhavenda except the Mphephu where a person who previously was a Ndumi became a traditional leader?
Apa karushaka rwa Vhavenda huna muntu una ane vamudiva kamuta wa vuhosini we adova andumi murawangi pedzi apedza ujena chiduloni cha uva muranga pana.
Ndiadiva itela Hamasakona. Hamasakona ndi Masingo.
Yes, I know it happened at Hamasakona. At Hamasakona, they are Masingos.
Oba una kosi, wo mapungo.
There was a traditional leader, senior traditional leader, wo mapungo.
Wo mapungo, boba bana bafumakazi babo babiri ndi babo.
Wo mapungo had his two wives, his wives.
Wo mapungo, boba basina mufumakazi wa Zekiso.
Wo mapungo did not have a Zekiso wife.
Bachidzura hange bamuta bachidzura hange bawana bafumakazi abala bote nguru bodana boyi basa qualify bana bone basa qualify uri bajene buhusi.
After the family had a meeting, they then realized that his children do not qualify because they what the nabo kabos or
I ask one in French just to clarify. I'm assuming that we're working on the same basis as with Mr. Kuchana. This is hearsay evidence which is going to be confirmed by subsequent witnesses.
As a piece, my lord, it will be confirmed. I will also ask about his knowledge, but we'll call someone from the Masakona. I will also ask him about
what you related now is something that he knows personally. I'm just asking.
I will just ask from him. What you
Oh, sorry, my lord, there's the last part that the witness said that I did not interpret because it was... Yes. Yes, because the family realized that the children do not qualify because they came with them before he was a traditional leader. His own Can I proceed?
The children of those wives.
The children of those wives.
They came along. They were brought into Sunday.
It can.
They were already born in a...
Kezizwachiribo danabo ndani elomeribo danabo bakwamba danabo musanda kana udanabo kabuhosi
bakudana bafumakazi wabo kabuhosi.
I was referring to that they came with children to the chieftaincy before he was a chief. Before he became a traditional leader, he had the children already.
Not that they were outside.
Yes, also in the bana bandabo to diwana bomusanda. Bakwamba ribo danabo bo bana bo basatu bakosi. Yes, my lord.
You said something about Zekiso.
Bari meaning what do you mean Zekiso?
Ndoba ndiko todo simbeselo ri ababo makungo ngori baba sina mufumakazi wa Zekiso boya sizwa chitanga cha bubiri chitanga chine changa qualifier uri kosi ive kacho.
Okay, due to the fact that Ubomapungo did not have a Zekiso wife, they went back to the second house to see if they can get one who will succeed as a traditional leader or a chief.
Vachisuka kachitanga bawana rumuntu watsinisa kachitanga echononi ndi bombangiseni bowa bandumi ya umapungo.
They then realized that the next person, the next of kin person in that house is Bombangiseni, and Bombangiseni was Ndumi to Bomapungo.
Wosi hombo duhumera mtani bombangiseni bori bachi nangi wanga mutori babekosi abongo nangi wange babandu bonangi wange babakova kachitanga chihulwane.
So the chieftaincy then was the family declared the state of collapse. It was dissolved. Then they went to Bombangiseni. So when Bombangiseni was identified to become a traditional leader, he was not identified because he was Ndumi. He was identified because he was from the second house.
How did you carry this knowledge of what you have just testified?
Riwananga watu baulwane richi babutisesa nori wo masakona bani bakobusa zwi nabone baba kazi committee za rinazo nende chikadebusa baba bachi bamurado za committee zezila rune rarichi tari chiamba nga ubuhusi ha ubu ha burina uri kono banandiba yapelera.
We find this information from the elderly people when we engage with them, and moreover the Mbangiseni that I'm talking about, who is ruling now, he was the...
It's not Mbangiseni.
The Masakona, apology, my lord. Bomasakona, who is ruling now, was the member of the committees that we used to have meetings together, and we will talk about it, speak about it.
So, how are the Masakona related to the Mphephu?
ava va Masakona vana vuxaka na va Mphephu.
vamasakona ri na vuxaka na va Mphephu ndi masingo va dova va rathu va vumakhatho.
We are related with the Masakonas. They are Masingo, and they are also the younger brothers to Bomakado.
There's an exhibit 1, page 160. Applicant's child bundle. Yes, please, my lord. That's the reaching of 1925. My lord can look at 175, the interpretation. Yes, please. 171, and there?
Yes.
Okay. The Masakona, who just before Mashao, you see Masakona?
Bako babona msubo Masakona ngapasi pa Mashao.
Ndiko babona.
Yes.
Just after Mashao.
Ngapasi pa Mashao.
Ndiko babona.
Yes.
These minutes, the purported minutes, is for the meeting held in 1925 to identify a king of the Mphephu.
Upi ndi ziminete edza mtangano weitwa unga wa 1925 uchikotea wangabu hosi ya Mphephu.
Is this the Masakona chief that you were talking about?
Kanya aba ndibone bo Masakona khosi bo Masakona baba kwamba ngabo.
Atito bana butanzi ngauri awungo mwari wa sikungo phi Masakona. Asiyaba bane baba one zwino.
I'm not certain because it is only Masakona only, but it's not the one who is ruling now.
The lineage?
Kwamba Rutsinga lineage ya on.
Idoba iyo.
Yes, it may be the one.
So just to wrap on this point, so you are aware, or before I can get to that, when the current chief of Masakona was, do you know when was he inaugurated? Was there any ceremony that took place?
Va divana uri ikosi reone ya Masakona zvino musi chirwero tari hova na butambo.
Hova na butambo ina ndoya nda tusana ko kwera tari.
Yes, the ones, and I also went there and assisted in inaugurating.
Was there any stage that the history of Masakona, the genealogy of Masakona was addressed to those who were attended?
Havana chipidana kana chipinga che rushaka horwa mutawa Masakona rwabarerwa bathu beba babahone. Genealogy ya hone mutebe wa
mutebe ufona bariwa ngori ndichono chitu chiurwane chine ravara kudzurela chaone uri bathu vakono diva zvuri ndingani rosvika ka muthu ani abaone zvinhu.
Genealogy is supposed to be read because that is the matter. It has to be read to the people gathered so that people may know as to why are we here.
What?
As a person.
As a person.
From your previous question, you asked him whether he knew when
As a
The
please.
current chief of Masakona inaugurated,
As a
when
please.
was he inaugurated from the response translated? More or less, you're no longer interested in the time when the
No, no.
chief was inaugurated.
So, my lord, I think I'm satisfied. All that I wanted to find is whether the genealogy of Masakona was explained. The witness said yes, it was explained. He was also there as a prisoner. So was what you testified about the family going back to the second most senior house? Was there any stage that it was said in that coronation?
Izvi zvevatalutshedza ngazvo apa vazvitana zva humera murau kha chitanga cha vuviri huna chipinga chezvaambiwana ngei musi uchikoitwa kutambuwa.
Zvoambiwa ndingazvo ndichiri azvikonadzi uri riwe retari risongo cheka vuhosi kana muri wa vuhosi kuzosvikisa svikisana.
Yes, it was stated, because yet I have said it is not possible for us to conduct this inauguration without talking about, or rather explaining about the tree, the family tree of the chieftaincy.
So what will be your comment, the statement that what happened to the Masakona is the same thing that happened to the Mphephu?
Comment yavo ingava ipi yokakungola uri hezvi zvoitewa hangi ya Masakona ndizvone zvoitewa naapa mutani wa Mphephu.
My lord, I can leave it for argument. I think I've done my part. As a please. As a please, my lord. As a please. I thought because I've leaded, it's fine. I'll leave it for argument. As a please. As a please. I'll leave it. As a please. As a please. I've now given you two aspects that I want you to comment with regard to the contention made by Charles Mphephu. So, while we are still on the issue of Ndumi, Charles Mphephu, what was his status within the Mphephu royal family after you became the chief?
Kezvo zvino ro amba kathu zvinosvika zviviri apa zvine zvokwama vo Charles zvino kailila Ndumi vo Charles Mphephu ramuramusibone vono vakhosi vuimo wavo apa ka family, status chavo apa ka family chova chipio?
Baba Ndumi.
He was my Ndumi.
Was a cause as a place.
Kezvo muhaturi vovutsangi ka judge president vovutsangi ka muimereri uri vakovutisa status chavo Charles Mphephu musi bone vakhosi kuru kana vakhosina vari musi vakhosi. I was a chief indeed.
In his notice of motion at the High Court, before it was amended, he asked the court to declare him to be the chief or paramount chief of the Mphephu. What will you say to his? He wanted to be the paramount chief.
I don't feel strongly about it. It was in the alternative. I think it was the plan.
In the alternative, if the application for the first applicant, Masindi, was not successful. Charles said, I'm the one who should qualify. What is your comment to that?
Zvino, ka dzibambire edzilani ava vo Charles Mphephu vova vosumbedzisa zvauri arali Masindi vonala asakopfumelela zviamba zviri muthu anoteya ujena ndi nne vari mini ngaive kumwe
ndipfa zvichimangadza ngauri vo Charles Mphephu ndivone vone vodisa dzibambira pakoti vachikambori ndumi yaijena zvino vonu vandumi ndingani zvino vachivoti uri vachena.
It surprises me because Charles Mphephu was the one who filed the papers, who brought the papers to court, stating that Ndumi cannot succeed. So why now he wanted to succeed?
Okay.
Okay.
He was your Ndumi. He's still alive and well.
Kwetsi bova vandumi yavo boni bo Charles.
Ndizone baba ndumi yanga.
Indeed, he was my Ndumi.
So, second aspect,
Let me explain. Because he was your own doing at the time of your installation as a course, your view is that he wouldn't qualify to become himself a paramount.
Samusi bova vandumi chipinga cha musibone vachikorwela utari zvinoboneka kupfori zvambori vava vasaqualify uva paramount chief kana kosi ngauri bova vandumi yavo
ndivona uri nazvo izvo zviva zvikodadzisa kutanzi mara chirwano ndichauri vuhosi vuvewa ngamuta vo Charles Mphephu ndivona nga vori vove vashuma vove vava kandumi kanei abakoni vavone vonodo vavochincha dzibambiri uri ndumi iyajena ngori neuna chipinga chenda kusa ndodivusa navo vandumi.
I think that too bears witness or testimony, but to me I think he is not the one to can go and change the papers to state that Ndumi can sorry my lord, if the witness repeats, yes.
Ndizone vo Charles baba ndumi yanga.
Indeed, he was my Ndumi.
Ndichisedza haya mafungu ndivona nga vo Charles Mphephu asivone vane vangadova vada vavuya khaye khote hange muravori ndova ndisongoteya ujena ngori vone vavandumi.
I think when I see the papers, Charles Mphephu is not the one who can come to this court because he had filed the papers to say I am not able, I was not eligible to succeed because I was Ndumi.
Rina zvina ravari kudiva zvonu zvori vuhosi vuvewa ngamuta vorango panda ngadzikadzi namakotsi munene asi hone une muthu angadha pano agari vuta yojena nne uri muthu adinange.
What we know is that the issue of chieftaincy belongs to the makotsi munene and the Kadzis. It's for the family, and not one cannot come here and say I am the one who's supposed to succeed. It's the matter of the family.
I seek clarity on the question. Because he was going to therefore not have qualified as a Vhavenda, as a parliament.
Kezvo ndikototovhiserwa kagara kaizvi ngauri vova vandumi yavo hava vo Charles zviamba zvori nganwambowa hezvo vaqualify uva paramount chief ngauri vova vandumi yavo.
No, vo Chelsea vanga qualify uva paramount chief arali vuhosi vovonani vovuyela mutani vamutani ndiri vamutani avanangi muthu nge avandumi vo Chelsea apo nova kwambori ndo vandumi ne atongonangiwa ngenda vandumi ndonangiwa ngenda vamukororo ndakononanga vuhosi navo Chelsea izvo zvichumira murau navone vava chiqualify.
Charles can qualify to be a paramount chief if the family declares the state of collapse, and then you would qualify to succeed. I was not identified as Ndumi. I was identified as a prince because it was collapsed.
Just to clarify on...
Now I'm very confused. Because the Choice-on Act concerns doesn't talk about paramount chiefs. I don't know whether that fits in, or whether that's achieved. So paramount chief and the king, the same thing.
Paramount chief and king?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But I think using terminology of king, that is terminology used in acts. Because acts dealing with this.
Yes.
Paramount was an old terminology
Yes.
under the Black Administration Act.
Yes.
This is becoming of law.
Yes.
But then at this time, independent, it was independent, was the concept still of paramount chief?
Lord, I think I will deal with that aspect as to to clarify this position so that it can also assist the court. I will start with Debunking, under which status he was appointed, and how did the family, and so on. I think I will have to deal with this aspect. This witness will assist so that the court can really appreciate how Debunking was appointed, how he was appointed, how things changed after the commission and the subsequent.
Can I just ask, because I think there might be confusion. Are you saying that it was Charles was your in doing when you were the senior traditional leader, chief?
Bakori bo Charles bo bandumi yabo musibone bachibewa sakosi.
Lizon.
Yes.
You say that as he cannot succeed you as a chief. Charles cannot succeed you as a chief because he was your leader. That's what you say.
Bakori zino bo Charles bangasikone ujena chimoni chabo sakosi ngauri bo bandumi.
Zwine ndakuzwa musimbisira zwone zori una bambiri dzimwe dzenda dziwana dzongwana ngabo Charles.
What I'm trying to tell the court is there's some papers that I saw that was they were authored by Mr. Charles.
Wachikwambori nandikasikone ujena ngori ndowandi ndumu.
Stating that I won't be able to succeed because I was Ndumi.
Zvino bo Charles nabone bobe baba ndumi yanga.
So Charles too was once my Ndumi.
Zvino ndikongosimbisira kakoto uri muntu achijenisiwa buhosi ajeninge abandumi.
So I just want to say to this court, when one is identified as a chief, he is not identified due to the fact that he's a Ndumi.
Buhosi oru uguma ngachitanga cha Debunking usina buhosi umera murawo unena Charles makoti mena mkizikazi oba chiqualify uri anange onga chichifika.
When the chieftaincy collapsed during the Debunking time after he passed away, so the chieftaincy went back to the custodian, who the Qadis and Makoti Munene. So Charles too was also qualifying at that time.
Still not an answer to the question. Are you saying, let's just talk about your chieftaincy.
Kariambe ngabuhosi habo zwi.
Chieftaincy only.
Ngabuhosi.
That because he was your Ndumi, he does not qualify to succeed you as a chief.
Wakori ngawambo wari ovandumi ha qualify uri abikosi.
Charles uqualify as Ndumi, uqualify amukoro.
Charles qualifies not as a Ndumi, but he qualifies as a prince.
You see, because I understand that Charles wanted to be the king. Charles wanted to be the king to succeed Debunking.
Charles over kotodoba, what Charles boaba kotodoba kosikuru, bach kotodo jena chimoni chabo Debunking.
He wasn't Debunkin's Ndumi. He was not Debunkin's Ndumi.
Boba was Ndumi ya Debunking.
Bo Charles baba ndumi yanga.
Charles was my Ndumi.
Thank you.
Just to clarify from the question from the court, what was the appointment? The appointment that the Debunking was issued by the government of the day or let's start. When was Dimbanyika identified and recognized?
Wo Dimbanyika, mutavu Dimbanyika bo topoliwa li na hone ba jerwa ntalini.
Arali ndisakoto kakazwa kuti ngwaba wu 1994.
If my memory serves me well, it was during 1994.
What was his certificate saying? He was in the certificate that was issued. What was the status there?
Tanzania ya yeba mewa yone yoba ikoriba mini.
Yoba ichiri kosi ya Rushaka Rwa Mphephu Ramabulana.
Chief of the Mphephu Ramabulana. Yes, clear.
Was how many years did he rule as a Kosi?
Bobusalwa mingwami ngana sa Kosi.
Bobusa mingwami raro.
3 years.
Was there any stage that Mr. Dimbanyika was issued with a certificate of being either paramount chief or king of Vhavenda?
Obi abanachi pinga tamsi chebo Dimbanyika mtavu bo Dimbanyika bapiwa lengwaro kana certificate chencha kwambo riba Kosi kulu ya Rushaka rwa Vhavenda kana paramount chief.
Azungu byazaita.
It did not happen.
When you succeeded, who were you succeeding?
Bone bachi jena boba bako jena chimoni chani.
Nendo baniko jena chimoni chabo Dimbanyika.
Dimbanyika.
And what certificate, the title of your certificate, what was the position, traditional leadership position?
Position yeba ngwaro katanzia kana ka certificate yoba ipio.
Nadina certificate zibiri atibyazo bakamba cha 1998 nakana cha 2012.
I have got 2 certificates. I don't know if you are referring to the 1998 one or to the 2012 one.
98 certificate?
Cha 1998.
Chaba chongwaro fi the Kosi ya Rushaka Rwa Mphephu Ramabulana.
Chief of the Mphephu Ramabulana clan.
So you were Ndumi of Dimbanyika, who was a chief?
Boba Bandumi ya Dimbanyika, where about Kosi? Correct.
Charles was your Ndumi while you were a Kosi. Yes, please.
Guys, of you, one of Bandumi ya Dimbanyika too.
Who was a Kosi?
Beba Baba Kosi. Yes.
Charles became your Ndumi as also as a Kosi of Mphephu.
Bo Charles Babandumi ya bo sa Kosi ya Mphephu. Correct.
So in 2010 you were identified as a what?
Nga 2010 bo tiwasamini.
So Kosi kulu ya Rushaka Rwa Vhavenda.
As the king of the Venda nation.
My Lord, with the leave of court, I seek to approach my colleague. There's something that I understand that both parties we agree, and I don't want to put it while you might have to.
When you were in 2010, you were identified and appointed as a king. Was there any doom, and if so, who was there?
Kezongangwa wa 2010 izwi vachitopoliwa na tiwa uri babe khosi khulu hova na ndumi arali yo vha hone ndi hova nyi
nṋe ndi tshi topela uri ndi vhe khosi khulu ya lushaka lwa Vhavenda a hu ngo ambiwa nga ndumi.
When I was identified as the Venda King Nation, there was never a mention of Ndumi.
My Lord, just to make follow up, the minutes of your identification in 2010 are in the volume 2, 1, volume 2, 1, page volume 2, page 524.
Page
524 to 525. But as a the main application, I got volume 2, 3. Page it's not really legible. 525. Paragraph 5.
Oh yes.
I want you to clarify. You said when you identified, there was no mention of endowment cards in your identification.
Excuse me, for the record, you want me to remind please?
As a please. As a please. As a please. As a please, my Lord. What I will also do in preparation for with this witness, I noticed that the English interpretation and Venda, they don't. There's quite significantly issues that were left out, but I will deal with that under separate heading. But for purpose of this, I will just read for him to comment if there's any mention of who's his Ndumi, who's his Kati. Paragraph 5 reads as follows. Bomakadzi Bophopi Mphephu, in a capacity as a senior Kadzi, stood up and indicated to all Mahosi, Zikadzi, Makoti Munene present that according to her, the rightful person to occupy the position of King of Vhavenda is Toni Mphephu Ramabulana, your ID. After she mentioned the name, people gather later to show that according to Vhavenda custom, they accept the candidate to be the King of Vhavenda.
Zvino apa kandi maya utano osumbedziwa toyaone kwamba zvauri utopoliwa na utiwa khosi ya rushaka rwa kurwane ya rushaka rwa Vhavenda ngamakadzi Vophopi Mphephu. Zvino api vomakadzi Vophopi Mphephu kabwimo havo sa kadzi kurwane votakuwa vaima ukati ya mahosi dzikadzi na makoti munene beba baba hone vari uyangavone mutu anokotea ujena kachimo hechi chauva khosikuru ya lushaka lwa Vhavenda ndi Toni Mphephu Ramabulana hamwaliwa na bugundaula nomboro ya bugundaula hapa afi ubva vachipedza uamba nga uralo vatu vote beba vaone validza mifululu uyanga maitele a lushaka lwa Vhavenda musi vachikotanganedza muthu anokopfi otopoliwa uva khosikuru.
So my question to you, is there anywhere where it stated the Ndumi was this, the Kadzi was this?
Zvino apa uyangavone huna petuna ho buliwaho kana hoambiwaho uri Ndumi ndinyi Kadzi ndinyi.
Auna Ndumi yobuliwa hapo na Kadzi yobuliwa.
No mention of Ndumi and Kadzi.
In your own knowledge, as the name of Ndumi and Kadzi, do they get to be sent to the government?
Uyanga ndivo yavo vone dzina la Ndumi na la Kadzi zviyairumiriwa muvusoni.
Azirumiri muvusoni.
No.
Ndumi and Kadzi, are they compensated by the government of the day?
Ndumi na Kadzi kani yava yawana marambangei muvusoni.
Auna zvino vawana zvona.
No, nothing.
Okay. I'm going to, from the same documents,
there was no mention of the occasion of the meeting. Is it because the custom was abrogated by disputes? What was the situation?
Vadiva uri tamusindingani usongwa imbuwa zva Ndumi na Kadzi kauyo mutangano kana ndifungo lori kuchumerekwa nikova kusakotea uri zvitoraro kana nyimele ndipio.
Ndovienda zvibudziso ri why zvichitsadi na Ndumi na Kadzi.
I once inquired about it.
Mara ndavobudza upfi vuhosi vuhurwane vukinyi vuchiveiwai avudena Ndumi na Kadzi ndizvo zvaitana kachipinga cha kotsi yavo rina vachiviyadza zvachidhuri chavo chavukumi.
I was then informed that the kingship does not require Ndumi or Kadzi. It also happened to when our father was restored to his rightful throne.
Yes, please. I'm going to ask for your comment to the submission made by the royal family in the court papers before this court.
Ndido umbera comment yabo ngazvo sumedzisiwa nga mutawa buhosini ngati khatipangirezi yapo.
They were responding to the claim by Mbuleni Charles that you, because you were in Ndumi, you cannot succeed.
Boba vachikopindura kazvoambiwa nga Mbuleni Charles kapungoilila uri ngauribone boba vandumi vangasijene.
My lords, it's page 363, the answering affidavit of Toni Mphephu. It's volume 2/2. My lord, 363. I'm going to ask him to comment on 161 and 163. 161, 163, and 164. As a piece. Are you aware of this affidavit?
I affidavit by the
ndikedi.
Yes, I am aware.
You if you hold that part and look at 435, I want to confirm if the document at that page is your affidavit.
Sir, we don't have 435 here.
That will be in bundle, volume 2-3. My Lord, I can just, if my colleague won't have an issue, 435. It's not really 43. Okay. My Lord, specific reference to 436. Yes. As a priest. Do you confirm that the signature appended there is yours?
Signature appended. It's mine.
Okay. So you were confirming the contents of Mr. David Mphephu answering affidavit.
Boba kukwatisedza answering affidavit ya David Mphephu. Correct.
So at page 1661, the 8th respondent state that there is no custom which prevent a Ndumi from being a successor to the throne. And the important part, if the circumstances arise, and as a please, my Lord, I apologize. It's hyphen stroke
161 instead of page 161.
161, yes, paragraph, page 363, my Lord.
Which
161. Yes, my Lord. As a police record, there is no custom which prevents a Ndumi from being a successor to the throne if the circumstances arise and the house from which he was born qualifies.
Hapa huko ka 161 auna mulayo une wathivela Ndumi uri ijene chiduloni cha buhosi arali nyimele dzihone dzine dzangaita uri ndu ine yabva khayo ive ichiqualify. I confirm.
163. The second applicant, at that stage it was Charles Mphephu. It is apparent throughout his affidavit strongly make a case that according to Vhavenda custom and tradition, a Ndumi does not succeed to the kingship. Yet he, as a matter presently stands, as a Ndumi to the first respondent, you, is entitled to succeed to the throne.
Ngeno ka 163 ichikori aba muumbeli wa bubili bane baba bo Charles Mphephu zvichiko ndibona dzapa kana zvichiko vera kagara ka affidavit yavo zvauri bozviita mapungo bazvisumbedzisa uri ngamamba uri hapa ka rushaka rwa Vhavenda kana ngamaitele a rushaka rwa Vhavenda na mulayo wa rushaka rwa Vhavenda Ndumi aikona ujena chiduloni cha buhosi bulwane ngeno bone zvazvino boba bandumi yabo bone yabo bone sa first respondent vachikosumbedza zvauri bone vatea ujena chiduloni.
Hapa zvinoenda kuona zvone ndizori vo Chelsea vava chikwamba zviviri zvofambana nawo.
What I see here, Charles was saying two different things.
Ngauri zvino ndava ndikudziva zvone ndizvauri muthu hajeni buhosi ninge ava Ndumi.
Because what I know is one cannot succeed because simply because he's Ndumi.
Mutu ono succeeda uba amukororo onangiwa nga zikhazi namakhuthumlane babo bosi ono.
One who succeeds is a prince identified by Makoti Munene and the Kazi of that chieftaincy.
Last part on this submission that is made by the royal family, they said the above submission, what Charles is saying, marks of hypocrisy that second applicant will assert a claim that he is ready to discard when it does not suit him.
Hapa zvino vasumbisa zvori hezvo zvoambiwo hapo mtai zvinga zvina udhi isingangomukana usa ambisa zvone ngani ngauri muhumberi wavuviri uko amba hezvo ngeno uri ene ready kana odimisera uri musi zvichi fara ene zvavudhi zvingaitei.
In short, just to make it short, the eighth respondent is saying Charles says there's this rule, but he does so when it doesn't suit him. When it suits him, he said, no, that rule is not there.
Now, kupi but eighth respondent bakori, what Charles vari una hoyi murai. Musi zvichisuta bone kana zvichifara bone zvabuti pedzia musi visafari bone zvabuti kana visasuti bone vari hai au hoyo murai.
Ndichisedza ndibona uri ndizone zvine ndakubona zvone zvine vo Charles vakaita zvone.
That is what I also see here, what Charles is doing.
Ngori richiyana kadzi document richiyana kadzi bambiri dzine dzavawone kamutsimo dzamutani dzamusi ndichijana kusinga 1998 dzine azongoiswa kuhusini. Charles odzula andumiyanga azvingachinji ova andumiyanga.
Because according to the documents that were there, they were not the documents that were there when I was installed as chief in 1998. Charles, he remains to be my Ndumi. It will not change. He was my Ndumi.
Going to the third point about Charles Mphephu, there is no dispute between us that there was a rebellious royal family that identify you as the successor to the late Debunking.
Hona kanedzano kati yashu yauri hova na hapa mutani wa Hosini hova na vatu vane kokodzera thungo rikatori makokodzera thungo be vatabone chidhurani cha Hosi ngamura kusibo Debunking kana mativono.
So now Charles was the chairperson and he identified you despite the knowledge that he knew that you were Ndumi of Debunking.
Bo Charles bo mudhura chidhuro vatopora bone kana vatabone naho bo vachizdiba zvori bone bo vandumi ya mutapu bo Debunking. Correct.
While we are in this subject, did you participate in the meeting of that rebellious royal family?
Zvino richikadiba kailipungo bone bo genererana kamitangano wa hayo kana havo bidzwa samabhambuko kana vanokokodzera thungo mutani wa Hosi.
Atongo general.
I did not participate.
I'm asking you this because counsel of the applicant put it to Mr. David Mphephu that you disrespected the elders because you participate in the identification made by the rebellious group.
Ndiko ambiswa hezvi ngani ngauri muimereri wa applicant vosumbedzisa zvauri kavo David Mphephu vari bone bova mutu anosumbedza usava na thonifo ngani ngauri vo generera kamutangano kana hulani wa utopora wahechila chigwada chimwe chechava chikokokodzera thungo.
Just before that fairly later on when it was brought to his attention he withdrew that you were part of that group.
Who withdraw?
The council for
ngamurawo musi zvono diswa kavo vasumbedza vari hai vakuzviumisana murawo zvauri vone vo vachipidha cha hechila chigwada.
And as I said, the record will speak for itself. I can't claim to have a crystal clear memory exactly what I said at the time.
I do remember the minutes as a point.
as a please.
The relatively less. I think it was in 2010 when he was identified by the Reversion. But there was another faction
Yes.
which was
Yes.
he was not part of the faction.
Yes.
There's a point of time to
Yes. Because he said it, putting it to Mr. David Mphephu to say, one of the requirements is that a leader must respect elders. And he said, Toni Mphephu doesn't respect elders. He sat in that rebellious group. Then I objected, put it to him that he was not part of that. Later on, after he had the site, he withdrew. But my colleague is also looking specific reference to that.
I think it related to the meeting on the 7th of March 1998. I initially thought that he'd been present at that meeting, and I accepted after going back and looking at it that he was not present at that
when he
meeting.
became a chief.
Indeed, would. And yes, we accept that he was not at that meeting, but it goes no wider than that.
All right. Looks like there was no tension between this.
As a piece. As a piece. So I'm going to move to, I'm not sure if we still have. As a piece. I'm going to move to your relationship with Mavis Mphephu.
Zvino rikoyeka rushaka vukati yavo navo Mavis Mphephu.
Can you tell the Honorable Court how are you related to Mavis Mphephu?
Banga taruchedza kote ino itonipe auri vana vushaka dena vo Mavis Mphephu.
Wo Mavis Mphephu ndi khaladzi yanga ripambananga vana vavo vakosikuru Patrick Mphephu.
Mavis Mphephu is my half sister. We are the children of the King Patrick Mphephu.
Dova ava mutu wenda ndichivewa vuhusinga 1998 avakadzi.
And when I was installed as a chief in 1998, she was Kadzi. She was coronated as Kadzi.
So, who was the Kadzi of the late Dimbanyika?
Kadzi ya mtavu vo Dimbanyika wavani?
Wavo Mavis Mphephu.
Mavis Mphephu.
In your understanding of the Vhavenda custom, what is the role of a Kadzi?
Uyanga kupfesesere kwavo kwa maitele a Vhavenda kana milayo ya Vhavenda, mushumo wa Kadzi ndi mini?
Kadzi ina mishumo minji yana ine ndikakona kuibula yote. Mimwe ya mishumo ya Kadzi inayaita ndiyo musi richopasa, imwe ya mishumo yaone ndiyo musi arali ukuti vanadzikiswa wife. Makadzi ndiyo ane adota kuchaiza. Ngori ndiye nonodiva na zviro dzekiswa wife lidobvaligayo.
There are many responsibilities assigned to Kadzi, so I cannot mention all of them. I'm unable to mention all of them, but some of them, when we perform rituals, it is a responsibility. When the royal family go for the Zekiso wife, it's the responsibility of the Kadzi also, because she's the one who knows where to get the Zekiso wife.
Uchinangwa mukororo ngamura musi kosi yonangwa na Kadzi yonodzama Kadzi ndiye nane arangapata.
Even during the time of identification of a prince, after the king, or rather the chief who was installed together with that Kadzi, it's the responsibility of the Kadzi for identification.
If it's not there, does the identification come in play?
Arali Kadzi isiho unangiwa jambori zviva zvisina mushumo azviitiwi.
Zveita ya zviyanangiwa zvoita muraunyana apa kamuta washo kadzi ye yava yoverwa nakotsi yanga ye yava chipi vonyamanda yosvika he yadyiwa nga mudzimu.
It happens. It happened some times back in our family. The kadzi that was coronated together with my father by the name Bonyamanda. Yeah, passed away.
Avori uchilonangwa vodimbanyika vachivenda haita zvimwe zvithu zvinoti uvumberwa nemusi makadzi asichaiwo aya hadyiwa makadzi qualify uri aime chidhuni chamakadzi otuwawo.
So when Dimbanyika was to be inaugurated, or rather to be installed, we've got what we call in Chivenda ubumbera, is to substitute. Yes, and ndibonye bubumberawo Bophopi Mphephu was the one who came in place of Bonyamanda, as she was normal.
Okay. So
Jamba zverunga siso kuva na chikhala udova no bumbera vithu zvachimbiri.
That's why musanda richibebori vanje vanje.
Yes, that is why we are many at the royal family.
So who was the kadzi of Dimbanyika?
Ndinyi we adova kadzi yabo Dimbanyika.
Kadzi yabo Dimbanyika ndivo Mavis.
Mavis.
So it's a matter of fact that Mavis also deposed an affidavit supporting the contents of Mr. David Mphephu. Are you aware of that?
Ndizvone bo Mavis yava bo ita affidavit ine yakutikedza zvine bo David bava kwamba zvone bazvidiva izvo. I am aware.
So when the late Dimbanyika was ruling, and subsequently after his passing, when you also became the chief, how was your relationship with Mavis, Kadzi Mavis?
Ezvivo Dimbanyika vachikobusa nanga muramusi mativaonoka hono jena bone vushaka vukati havo na kadzi vo Mavis hova bwani.
Vushaka anga na kadzi vo Mavis hova bwavudi vukulu.
Our relationship was good. Very good.
As it stands now, how's the relationship?
It is not good, not at all.
What caused the relationship to be sour?
Uri bushaka bukarekate hova na cheo yo yava hone ichikubva kote uri ngandira nenda nambiwa ngayo mzandanga ngandira isiyona.
The cause of the ill feeling was that there was a decision from court, and that decision was to say the manner in which I was identified was not the right way.
Ababo Mevisi ngamura hamusi mutawodzura uchiko uta bo David Japan Mphephu, David Mabungu Mphephu. So uri babe khosi khulu pfareli ya lushaka lwa Vhavenda. Wo Mevisi bo pfesesa uri hezwi zwithu wose vula hu khou funa baba vhone vha vha farela. Zwamboro boru kwatela lushaka lothe makhosi mena zikhazi vapedza vachikwatela na nne unori nne ati generally kha mutangano muraro.
There was a meeting after that, because the royal family decided that Mr. David Mphephu, after that, he's supposed to act as a king of the Venda nation. So Mavis thought that it was her who was supposed to act as the Venda king. So she became very angry towards me. Hence, I was not part of that meeting because I am not. Yes, I did not participate in that meeting. So she became angry to the royal family, even to me.
So, when a traditional leader is reigning or is ruling, in your tradition, does he have power to identify a successor?
Izvi uyangabone musimu rangapamba khosi ichikobusa uyangabone iyakonana uta kana utopora mutu ane adojena musi yonodza matibono.
Azikona dzena luthi.
It is not possible, not at all.
When your father was, for lack of better words, was either paramount chief or at that particular time, was there any stage that he called his children to announce who will be his successor?
Chipinga cha musimume wabo bachikobusa sa ndi ngabidisa zvezvo kana sa paramount chief una chipinga anachevabidza vana vavo uri bambe uri muthu anokotea ujena vone vachitsviruwa ndi upio.
Azongobia zvavuwa zvoiteya.
No, it did not happen.
Nanga Chivenda ari nazvo.
We don't have such in Chivenda.
Ngori vuhosi asiya vuhosi ndiya muta asiya khosi ine avachibusa ngeche chipinga.
Because chieftains belongs to the family. The custodian of chieftains is the family, not the ruling chief or the ruling king at the time.
Na chipinga cha musi ndiche chiduruni. Ndovi andadelwa nga thovela urisiya vorambuta.
When I was still ruling, there was a stage where the deceased chief came to me, Rambuda, Chief Rambuda.
Vachikoringana utamo rwavoyi vavachingasiya vachingadavantauruchaidza uri arari mativa aha usari kuitia mi ndavavudza uri ngamvelelo ya Chivenda ari nazvo risongera jeneke lokungu.
He was saying to me his wish. He wanted me to tell him as to what is going to happen after I die. And I said, no, we don't have to go to that because we don't have that in our custom as the Vhavenda.
What was his, and I say it with respect, what was his health?
This is not too far-fetched.
My lord, somebody spoke to him directly. They were talking together. Somebody told him this can't be essay, and not by that person. Chief Rambu that spoke to him and said, "This is my wish." They were together. It's not as a place. What was his health condition at that stage?
Ngaicho chipinga mutakaro wabo wani.
Ndichipinga cha musi kuna biso.
It was during the time when he was ill.
So what the applicant's case is that or before that, I think I'll just assess it. You have already responded to this. The applicant case is that Ezekiel's wife is married by the ruling traditional leader. What do you say about that? the Zekiso wife is identified by the ruling chief for his son before he dies. I apologize for that.
To be specific, the previous king is entitled to identify his successor. But I made the same point. It was about Zekiso. He's entitled to identify his son's Zekiso wife.
Is a traditional leader entitled to marry a Zekiso wife for his son?
Kosi iyateyana kana yotewana nga umala mutanuni wa Zekiso ichimalera mwana wayo.
Azvikona dze nanga mvelele yabo rina ya Vhavenda azviyo.
We don't have that. It is impossible. We don't have in our culture as the Vhavenda.
Does the chief, the traditional leader, knows who eventually will be the successor?
Kosi iyadibana zvauri mutu anodojena musi ichitsiruwa kana matiba achiha ndinyi.
Azvikona dze ngori mimwe mishumo ndiya khadzi zvombori kosi dava chibojena mishumo yote ine yatu shumana nga khadzi.
It is impossible. It is not allowed because some of the responsibilities are for the khadzi. So it simply means that the king now will now be taking other people's responsibility, the khadzi's responsibilities.
In your experience in Vhavenda royal families, how many Zekiso wives do a traditional leader have?
You've covered that.
So please, I'll leave that aspect now. So I'm going to deal with the aspect relating to what the 8th respondent calls the collapse of the house.
Jino rikoyamba nga pungo ilile respondent number 8 asumbetsa uri pungo la 1 la uparadziwa.
As you were the new men and Mavis being the Khadzi of Dimbanyika, while Dimbanyika was ruling, was there any stage that a Zekiso wife was married for him?
So samusibone bo babandomi amtavu bo Dimbanyika bo Mavis bakhazi chipinga cha musibo Dimbanyika bachikuvusa obana chipingana che aye utodiwa mutanuni wa Zekiso uchitodelwa mutavu bo Dimbanyika.
Aungubi abana chipida chechoralo cheba yabatukira mfumagazi wa Zekiso.
No, there was not that stage where the Zekiso wife was married for Mr. Dimbanyika.
What will you say to the applicant's contention that Furufero was married as the Zekiso wife of Dimbanyika?
Zvino ili line mumberi apako lisumbetsa lauri bo Furufero bo malwa samtanuni wa Zekiso bachimalelwa mutavu bo Dimbanyika vari miningana.
Azvikona zei bo Dimbanyika vachisara vachijena kuusi vavono va na Furufero na mwana wavo. Azvikona zei.
It is impossible.
Bari mfumagazi wa Zekiso umanelwa khosi ine yava yonojena chiduru.
When Dimbanyika was installed, he already had his wife Furufero and his child. So because the Zekiso wife is married to a king or a traditional leader who is already occupied the seat, who has already occupied the seat.
After the death of the late Dimbanyika, what happened to the kingship?
Hoite aninga muramusi matiba oha bo Dimbanyika kabuhosi.
Matiba ori uha apa kabo Dimbanyika. Rine makotsimuna na zikhathi. Vada varivudzisa uri Dimbanyika vava na mfumukazi wa Zekiso na nena Mavis rambori hayi obasathuba na.
All right. After the death of Mr. Dimbanyika, hodabutsa bonyi makotsimuna na zikhathi.
Zikhathi
Oh.
Khadzi yoranga phanda Khadzi namakhotsimunene.
Khadzis and Makhotsimunene, they came to me and Mavis to inquire from us whether Mr. Dimbanyika already had a Zekiso wife. We said no, he did not have a Zekiso wife.
So after you responded, what happened?
One opindura haiti ami.
Wori sumbesa nazori hezvo zvidiwa zvori ari kava nazvo zvakadzi nandume ubva zvino ri kuhumira murahu rava vakororo.
They then indicated to us that the seats that we are occupying to being a Kadzi and Ndomi, now we are reverting back.
Rina rohumira murahu rava vakororo vamuta wavusini vakonojia ndango yazva vuhosi.
We reverted back into being prince and princess, and the royal family took control of the chieftaincy.
When the royal family took the chieftaincy, what happened of your responsibility, the day-to-day function of a Ndume and Kadzi? What became the position to that?
Zvino bono zviparadza vamuta wavosi nebono jiandango ya vosi hoiti amini kamishumo yavo yaduva naduva mushumo wavo ndumi na wavukadzi.
Riva roima zvose chashuma rumera murahu rava vakororo.
We were no longer doing anything, we were no longer working because we reverted back into being prince and princess.
So, what were you being called? I think I can leave that. We have answered that. So, if the late Dimbanyika had a Zekiso wife, and a child who's a son, what will have happened?
Arali mutavu Dimbanyike babe vana mu tanoni wa Zekiso na mwana kana wazhinda wa mtukana hobo deti amini.
Khadzi ndiyo noyodoriranga phanda kha ujenisa mwana wavo Dimbanyika ngori mufumakazi wona odoba wazikisa.
Khadzi will led us into installing or rather identifying Dimbanyika's child, because the mother or rather the wife of Dimbanyika will be the wife of the Zekiso wife.
Who will be that Kadzi?
Kadzi ya oneo bochi doba ipio.
Mavis Mphephu.
Mavis Mphephu.
So,
I hear this mention of Mavis during Dimbanyika's chieftaincy.
Yes.
During his chieftaincy, are we talking about one and the same Mavis?
as a police, my lord, but the witness can confirm. She was elected twice, according to my instruction.
Yes. Yes. Through you, Mr. Interpreter, if you could find out from the witness whether the same Mavis that he has already testified was King Dimbanyika's cousin. Is he the very same Mavis that he is indicating was installed with him either during 1998 when he was identified as a chief?
Kesh, muhatulengi bako do debauri bako coach ko diambi wa bo Mavis Mphephu. Chifenga chamusi bachi rola panga 1998 ambo anga bo Mavis Mphephu musi uchibe wabo Dimbanyika. Ndane ba bo Mavis Mphephu ndi mtu mti.
You know mtu mti.
It's one and the same person.
So, when you were identified, what was your status?
Bwane bachitiwa buimwabo status chabo choba chichipiwa. I was a prince.
When did you first became aware that the royal family of Vhavenda has identified you as the next successor?
Ndilini heba thoma uzideba uri mutawa bosini wa Vhavenda. Bo batopora kana bo bata samthwana kuti bo bakhosi ya ushaka lwa Vhavenda.
Ndichipinga chamusi ndichivusiwa zva makati usiku ndaiswa songozvi.
It was when I was they came to woke me up at midnight, and they took me to Songozi.
Enda na kazi na mangu makoti munene ndabuzo upfi ndikodo usumiwa
And
pasi uri ndikodo bamuranga panda musa
and I went there with the Kazi and Damakoti Munene. So they informed me that they were going to report me to the ancestors, that I will be the new leader of the Vhavenda nation.
Abana zwithu zononga mapfumo na dzitonga zwenda nekedzwa zwone zvifaronga muthu ane avo ofara zvitungulo zva Mphephu.
They gave me some spears and some sticks. They told me that I supposed to, because they are supposed to be held with one who has got an ancestry I want Zitunguro. Yeah.
Yes. Please.
And to honor ancestors, yes.
As a please. As a please.
There's a certain legal
As a please.
Are with me?
Not quite.
You didn't hear what I said?
Not all of it.
Okay. I was really trying to demystify, let me say, the original expression made by the witness regarding the purpose when he was woken up late in the night and was thinking was to venerate ancestors.
So who were the Makoti Munene and Kadis who took you to Songozi?
The Makoti Munene na Kadzi be vado vaisa Songozi ndi vapi ndivonyi.
Ndikati kuombula zvavudi wavona vonkakao
Mkakao, if my memory serves me well.
Vona vonkakao havana vo David Mavungu Mphephu navo Popi Mphephu makazi wanga.
David Mavungu Mphephu and Bopopi, my aunt.
Your Ndumi, as a please. As a please, I still have. As a please. As a please. As a please. That's in order with me, man. As a please.
Great. Thank you.
We shall return at 1:30.
Read the Wianga +1.
All rise. I'm not putting your name in.
No.
I'm trying to get a sense of whether you can
Yeah, I think Covered documents. Page 11.
Whoever chief Prince Sobandla or that General Umshu.
Yes, there was an inauguration, and if my memory serves me well, even the former president Nelson Mandela participated in that inauguration, and some of the delegates and the premier, even Prince Sobandla from Swaziland was also. Yes, he led the delegates from Swaziland, so they were part of that inauguration. Kezvo ndikumbula ngati zvinevo ravhere vakutodotiva zvona ndezvamusi vachivewa vachitiwa sakhosi nga 1998.
And the witness is testifying about that. What happened in 1998? Yes. Yes. No, our contention is that he was never appointed as an acting king. He was appointed as a Kosi. Yes. In 1988, Kosi, and 2010 as a king. No, 98. My Lord, I'll just refer to page 61. As a please. At page 61. You go to the same page 61.
Page 61
Yes,
of the same bundle.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So I'm going to read you the heading of this document. It's said addressed by President Nelson Mandela at the installation of His Highness Toni Mphephu Ramabulana of Vhavenda.
Kezvo ndi dovavalela thoya apa apo ni akupfi ndi mambiwa nga mupresidente Nelson Mandela kha urwelwa tari kana uve wa chiduloni hamaila usumbya vothovele Toni Mphephu Ramabulana Vhavenda khalanjelele
The 28th November 1998.
Ngati 28 za November nga mwa wa 1998.
I'm going to refer you just few paragraphs, and I'll seek for your comment from the President's speech, where he said, "I'm personally deeply honored to attend the installation of His Highness Toni Mphephu Ramabulana as the heir of Vhavenda traditional leadership."
Zvinhu hapa vasumbedza zvori ndikupfando kwameya na uhudziwa zvihulwane uvachipidha kamushumo hounoni wa urwela tari maila usumbya vothovele Toni Mphephu Ramabulana sa mutu akojenaho kavuranga pamba ushaka lwa Vhavenda.
So is this surprising that the president of the country is referring you as the Tobera of Vhavenda traditional leadership?
Ezvi ndichimangadzona uri mu presidente ba kobamba sa maila usumbya wa vothovele maila usumbya va lushaka uno lwa Vhavenda.
Asi chimangadzo ngauri rine va Mphephu nawo arali muthu achikujenisiwa athovela lushaka lune lwazvidiva nazvo ruwo muthu ndikosi khulu ya lushaka lwa Vhavenda.
It is not a surprise because we at Mphephu we are aware that even when one is installed as Tobere or as chief, the whole nation knows, it's aware that this person is a king.
Are you aware of any Tobera in Vhavenda who, when he was installed or coronated, the president of the country, give the main address at that event.
Huna thobelena ane bamudiva kalushaka ululwa Vhavenda we musi achikorwelwa tari hada mu president vamba nga ndila hiye vamba ngayo apa.
Ahuna thobelena muthihi mu president baye achikorwelwa tari.
No one, not even a single chief who the president went there when he was coronated.
Do you know the Mjaji royal family?
Mutawa bosi ni wa mjaji ba udiba.
Dia udiba.
Yes.
Is there any relationship with the Mphephu royal family?
Una ushaka mkati hauyo mutana mutawa bosi ni wa Mphephu.
Rina ushaka ba mjaji banga zikhala bato bazikhala zikari ba mutawa Mphephu.
Yes, we are related. The Mjajis are our sisters.
Do you know the previous queen, the reigning queen who passed on?
Queen ye abayichibusa Mjaji yono zama obaidiba.
Dia idiba obachifi Makobo mjaji.
Makobo. Yes, I know her. Her name was Makobo Mjaji.
Who coordinated that?
Makubo. Ufindi bibo Makubo.
Get a spelling below the
Thank you.
record.
Who preside at the coronation of the queen?
Ndenyi we adorwela tari musi uchijeniswa queen.
Ndinne sakusikulu yarushaka Vhavenda ndemera mutawa Mphephu.
Myself as the king of the Venda nation representing Mphephu royal family.
With the certificate reflecting you as a cause, who had the responsibility during your reign, even before you were appointed as a king? Who had the responsibility of installing or coordinating the senior traditional leaders amongst the Vhavenda?
Jino nga certificate chongwalwaho musi bachi jeniswa sa khosi chongwalwaho uba khosi basatuba khosi khulu ya lushaka lwa Vhavenda ndinyi we aba ana vudifinduleli kana manda au jenisa mahosi hapa lushaka lwa Vhavenda.
Mutu we aba ana vudifinduleli kana manda ndinne.
It was myself.
Can you just mention few of the senior traditional leader that you presided in the traditional ceremony of coronating them?
Bangamba zitobele tamusize badozi beya bone zisigati
nditamba bamwe benda babeya rina tobela ntabarara
tobele ntabarara
tobele kutama tobela mwira
tobele muira
tobela mulima
tobela mulima.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just wonder if the witness could. I'm very mindful of having read the transcript. And the transcript with African names is a disaster. And I know it interrupts the flow, but perhaps when we do remember, especially when we get a long list of names like this, we just get the spelling to try and help with the transcript. All of us are going to have a terrible time in due course. I apologize for the interruption.
As a place.
It's a theory. You have to exercise it. But you know how to spell. And the first one, I think,
The first one is in Tabarara.
yeah, how to spell?
NTHABAL. LALA. Kutama. KUTAMA. Muira. MU. MUILA. It's O, yes.
You also have that
Yes, yes. the O one.
Next one.
Mulima, M-U-L-I-M-A. Mugibi, M-U-G-I-V-H-I.
Netsianda na Masakona.
Netsianda and Masakona. Netsianda is N-E-T-S-I-N-D-A. Masakona, M-A-S-A-K-O-N-A.
All of whom were Tobel.
Whatever Baba Mahosi te.
Wote
Libothobela.
Libothobela ndi mahosi.
Yes.
So do you know a commission known as Mushasha Commission?
Vaya divanga commission inopfi Mushasha commission.
Ndiyayidiva.
I know about it.
What do you know about it in relation to the Mphephu Ramabulana status?
Va diva meaninga hayo zvichikwama status cha mutawi wa butsi ni wa Mphephu Ramabulana.
Ndidiva uri commission yori ichida ya suzulusa kana ya tsitsela buhosi ha Mphephu Ramabulana fasi ubva kha buhosi burwane uda uba Tobel.
When the commission came, it demoted the Mphephu Ramabulana kingship into being chiefs.
At that particular time, who was the leader? Who was the Kosikuru at that time?
Ngaicho
Of the
chipinga
commission.
Kosikuru ngachipinga icho cha commission Kosikuru oba winyi
Ubo Popi Mphephu.
bo Popi Mphephu.
So when Dimbanyiga ascended, what was the status from the paper, from the certificate that he was given?
Musi mutavu Dimbanyika bachigonya kulunoni ka certificate obongwaro ofi bakugonya samini.
Bako jena sakosi ya rushaka lwa Mphephu Ramabulana.
As a chief of the Mphephu Ramabulana clan.
Prince and princess, do they participate in the identification meeting?
Vakororo zvinafala kuti prince na princess mara ngachivenda tori ndi vakororo vote tiri auna mukoro wa munana wa msati vakororo vayajenererana kamafungo a identification autiwa muthu anokotea ujere.
Aba generally na ruti.
No, they don't, not at all.
Your cousins, the niece, meaning children of Bomakadzi, do they participate in the royal family affairs?
Vazvara vavo tamsibana vavo makadzi vayajenererana kha zvithu zva muta.
Aba generally na ruti.
They don't, not at all.
So I'm going to refer you to, I'll just summarize. I'll refer you to the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment. Then I will be telling you what was the finding, why your appointment, one of the grounds that led to your setting aside of your appointment.
Zvinorda ka katulo ya Supreme Court of Appeal uri zvimwe zvazviitisi zvoita uri zvivechelwe thungo uti wavo uvechelwe thungo ndimi.
So the applicants in this court, like the papers that are facing this court, that led to the judgment by the Supreme Court of Appeal, they contended that there are other people who are not Kazi and Makotsi Munene of Mphephu who participated in the meeting, 2010 meeting, where you were identified as a key.
Zvino apa avakusumbedzisa zvauri huna vamwe vathu vevadova chipiḓa cha mutangano we hatiwa vone khawo uri vadzhene vane vasive dzikadzi kana Makotsi Munene a lushaka hu.
A lot that as in judgment bundle, judgment and appeal bundle, exhibit 4. Page 22, paragraph 37, the heading composition of the meeting of the 8th respondent on the 14th of August 2010.
Yes, we have arrived at the page.
So the court summarized the applicant submissions by saying that the appellant, that was the applicant at the Supreme Court of Appeal, questioned the presence of traditional leaders who were not members of the 8th respondent in the meeting of the 14th of August 2010.
Zvino apa kwati upfiwa pfupipadza zve hava applicant vava kuamba zvone vosumbedza zvauri muhumberi apa ova na mbudziso nga uva hone havamwe varangapanda veva hone mutanganoni vane vasive mirado ya vane vasive mirado wa hangenoni ka respondent number 8 veva hone mutanganoni nga ḓuvha ḽa dzi 14 dza August nga ṅwaha wa 2010.
Then the court concluded that the decision to identify you was not taken by the royal family only. As such, on that ground.
Zvino nga ṅwambo wa hezvi khothe yambo ḓidzhia tsheo ya uri zviamba zvori zvautiwa havo vone kana zvautopoliwa havo uri vadzhene chiduloni a zvo ngo itwa nga nḓila yone nga ṅwambo wa hezwi zvino khou ambiwa upfi huna vhaṅwe vhane vha sive miraḓo ya hafha muṱani. Vari mini nga ivi?
My Lord,
okay.
Don't want him to. There's two things that I want to do before you can connect. All that I want to tell him is that one of the two reasons that was given by the SCA is that people who were in the meeting, some of them are traditional leaders. And as such, your appointment was, the royal family was not properly constituted. So what I want to ask you, having that, now looking at the judgment, submission of the appellant and the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal, there's a minute of 1925 that is now before this court.
Can I just point out that the legislation that we're dealing with, which defines royal family, which is referred to in the paragraph 37, was not in existence in 1925.
Section 1.
Indeed, it's a definition in Section 1. Your Lordship is
Framework Act.
indeed.
Finds the focus on the structure.
Indeed.
It was obtained in 1955.
Not obtained in 1925.
Yes, sir.
Not obtained in 1925.
Yeah.
So that hasn't finished his question yet.
My Lord, well, but we know that the appointment of a traditional leader, there's a provision that in accordance with the custom of that particular community. So, but all that I want to say is that whether we can argue the section and so on, all that I want to say, because now when this court has to prepare the judgment, it will have to compare the past practice and the present one to come to a conclusion as to what is a living custom. So,
Whether it should be developed or not.
so what are they doing now? What were they doing in the past? So all that I want to say is that this is in page 171, the minute defended one. Yes. The identification of the king at Mphephu of Moreni. There were many headsmen of Vhavenda and who were present in that meeting. Now, looking at this judgment informed by the appellant's view, will the identification where the other chiefs are present, will that be a proper identification?
Zvino ri chisedza hezvo zve zvasumbedziswa hapano nga appellant kana hoyo oisawo hei khumbelo court ya uri huna mimwe miraḓo ine yava varangaphanḓa mahosi kana varangaphanḓa vasi va hangei kha respondent number 8 izvo zwi a ita uri hupfi u tiwa ha muthu a hongo nani na.
My objection still stands. Trying to posit the judgment in 1925 together, and just to conclude it's not the same legal regime. See how the witness can also take it a step further and give a legal comment on that situation. But I confine my objection to the fact that it's based on a judgment that applies a post-2000 statute to a meeting that took place in 1925.
How do you connect that?
My Lord, firstly, the Act has not designed to discuss the custom. It must be done in accordance with the custom of a particular community. And now, how do we get to a living custom? This is what we are doing. And I'm sure that it is.
What are the preambles to the Act say? The Framework Act.
I know there's a provision that says whatever that we are saying in the Act is not going to limit how a particular community practice their law.
It's to promote the dignity of the institution.
Yes. That's a piece.
And when we sit as a high court, the Constitution, where customary law applies, don't we have an obligation
That's a piece.
to apply that law if it's not inconsistent with the Constitution?
The court has.
Is that against that background that you want to deal with to infuse the 1925 minutes into the equation?
Yes. Because at the end of the case, the applicant, what they are going to say to boost their support, that no, in that meeting, a chief was a chief nominated a successor, and people came and spoke about that nomination. But then, I will not be doing my work if I bring it to the attention of this court to say, these documents that has now been submitted, it's the same applicant who said that these people cannot able to participate in the affairs. So my colleague is taking the issue to say, no, but this statute, we were relying on the statute that according to the statute, but I don't see a statute can change the practice of the people.
But what should we make of the fact that the NCA has already made an order declaring that meeting,
Yes.
or rather the decision taken there,
Yes.
that meeting was unlawful and unconstitutional.
Yes, the court.
And the outcome of that meeting was set aside.
Yes, the court is bound by that finding. But all that I'm trying to say, will, at the end of the day, it will appear that there was a law that was developed by this judgment as to who must be present when the identification is made. But for this purpose, I just want the witness to comment and say, SEA said, they said no, traditional leaders, other traditional leaders cannot participate. Then looking at this 25, was this meeting based on the judgment properly constituted? That's what I'm asking the
Well, I don't think it's really for him to answer that. I think it's an argument for you to make. To compare 1925 to now. Because it seems in 1925 that the government played a role in the appointment. Because this meeting was held with everybody there for what it's worth.
Including 600 and 700 followers.
Yes, well, they were all there. And then it seems there was a lady there who said something about who was nominated. But I think this witness cannot say now what exactly, whether it was properly constituted at that stage or not. But it seemed that the colonial government or the government of today played a role there. Whether it was a practice or not, we don't know.
I really appreciate, I will leave that.
Actually, they play the facilitation role. That came out to assemble that allow everyone to make the motion. The same government used the Department of Post often sends the senior official to the rebellious in the shop and something to go and where they are the facility.
That's a case.
Assisting identifying. Okay, but my brother is correct in saying that
it's a matter of argument.
Reserve it for argument.
That's a case. That's a case.
Please, I'm happy to reserve.
Yes.
I will reserve that. So, when the elders took you to Songozi, was there any stage they informed you that you must have a Zekiso wife before you are coronated?
Izvi vahulwane vachikovaisa ngei Songozi houya vana chipingana chevari kavo vatea useza pfungwe lulawo vana mutanoni wa Zekiso pamba musi vachijenisiwa chiduroni.
Avongobia vambudza na ruti.
No, they did not inform me that. They did not tell me.
So I'm going to get to another subject. So, what will you say to a proposition that women have no role to play in the Vhavenda institution of traditional leadership?
Vangari mini ngai lipungo lauri vatu vambeu ya chifumakadzini una mushumo ne vauita hapa ka ranga pambasi alala hapa ka rushaka rwa Vhavenda.
Vatu vafumakadzi ndivone vonotambesa dziroli khulwane hapa noni khavusi ngauri ndivone vonorisumbe kadzi ndiyo yonorusumbeza khosi.
They are the ones, females are the ones who, women are the ones who play a major role to our leadership, because Kadzi is the one who identifies the king.
Vafumakazi ndivone vane arali omarwa ngamaitele ona Chivenda ndiyena onobibera khosi.
Women is the one who gives birth to the chief if she was really married according to our customs.
Kadzi ndiyo inoriranga panda musi uchikotodzwa mfumadzi wa Zekiso.
Kadzi is the one who leads the delegations to go get the Zekiso wife.
Kazi ndiyene ane riche upasa ndiyene ane aba uriranga phanda.
Kazi is the one who leads us, who leads the delegations when we go for our ritual, to perform our rituals.
That's why bafumakazi bane ba hapa misanda bachitonipiwa ngori una role nji kurwane ine baitamba.
And that is why women are highly regarded, or rather respected, because they play a major role.
So, you made a statement on the 26th June 2016 regarding a woman who was supposedly given as a wife or gift to SABC CEO, and you found this to be disrespectful to Vhavenda culture.
Vo ngwala statement hafa nga ḓuvha ḽa 26 dza June nga ṅwaha wa 2026 vha tshi khou amba nga mufumakadzi we a ḓo ṋekedzwa muhulwane wa SABC sa mpho kana sa gift. Vhone hezwi vha zwi amba kana vha dzhia sa lunyadzo kha lushaka lwa Vhavenda. Correct. That is true.
You remember this this event?
Vha zwi humbula izwo zwithu?
Ndikati humbula ndi musi ho ḓa vhaṅwe vho no pfi vho Hlaudi.
Yes. I remember it was when the man by the name Hlaudi Mtsweneng came.
So why were you concerned about this conduct being done by senior people in government?
Ndi ngani zwoba fungo khaboni kana zwoba kwama zwa maitele haya o itiwa nga vhathu vhane vha vhahulwane muvhusini kana muvhusoni?
Ndi ngauri nṋe ndi ḓivha dzi role dzine vhafumakadzi vha dzi tamba dzone hafha kha lushaka lwa vhoriṋe.
It is because I am aware of the roles that women play in our nation.
Vhafumakadzi vha ṱhonifhiwa.
Women are respected.
Na mvelelo ye havha u khou ḓiwa nayo riṋe Vhavenda a ri na mvelelo yo ralo iwo ine ha fhiwa mufumakadzi a pfi u fhiwa muṅwe muthu.
And we don't have such a culture in our nation as the Vhavenda that a woman can be given to someone.
Nesa to ya sialala ya lushaka lwa Vhavenda zwo vha zwo tea uri ndi takutshedze ndi kone u sumbedzisa nga nḓila ine ra ṱhonifha ngayo vhafumakadzi na nga mvelelo ya vhoriṋe ngayo ngari a ri nazwo kha mvelele.
And I was supposed to have a say as the custodian of the Venda customs and Venda people, as the leader, because we don't have such a conduct, such a culture where a woman can just be given to anybody. We don't have such thing in Venda, in our culture.
Who are your father's siblings?
Ba komana dzikhaladzi vharathu vha munne wavho ndi bonyi?
Muhulwane ndi Vho Muope.
Vho Muope is the eldest.
What's the gender?
Ndi mfumakadzi.
Female.
Second born?
Wavhili
ndi Vho Popi.
Vho Popi.
The gender?
Wavhili ndi Vho Patrick.
No, the second.
Vho Muope ndi vhone vha thoma.
The first one is Patrick.
Vho Muope.
Oh, first one is Vho Muope.
Wavhili ndi Vho Patrick.
Second one is Patrick.
Wa vhuraru ndi Vho Popi.
The third one is Vho Popi.
Vho Muope ndi mfumakadzi. Vho Patrick ndi munna. Vho Popi ndi mfumakadzi.
Vho Muope is a female. Patrick is a male. Vho Popi is a female.
Who was their mother?
Vho mme avo ndi bonyi?
Ndi Vho Matamela.
Vho Matamela.
The mother to the three.
Ndi mme ava vararu Vho Matamela.
Ndo funga bakuri.
Mother to your father.
Ndi Vho Mshathoni.
Mme akhotsi yavo ndi Vho Mshathoni. Vho Mshathoni.
what was her status in the Mphephu royal family?
apa mutani wa vuhosini wa Mphephu status chavo chova chichipio?
Vo baba mufumakazi wa Zekiso.
She was the Zekiso wife.
Did Muope, despite the fact that she was a firstborn child, did she succeed?
Bo Muope na hobo baba tanje bo jena.
Abango jena.
No.
Your sister, despite the fact that she was the firstborn, did she succeed?
Kala dzia bona musi bo kala dzia bo bone na hobo baba tanje ba murwani bo jena.
Abango jena.
She did not.
Has there ever been a woman in the senior traditional leadership position in the Vhavenda? Has there ever been any woman, a Tobela woman in Vhavenda?
Apa kalushaka lwa Vhavenda hono buya aba na thobelewa mbeu ya chifumakadzini?
Arathuba naye.
No.
Tell this court why
Aba budze kote uno ndingani.
standing to the throne.
Ndingani bathu ba mbeu ya chifumakadzini basajini.
Ndinga uri riva ri kushava uri vajena vuhosi vungasvika hune aguma na mvelele yavo rine ine rava ri chikoita ufana na dzekiso noutanura azvadodova zvavahone.
It is because if they succeed, we are afraid to lose our chieftaincy because it will come to an end. Even our customs, which is Utanura custom and the Zekiso custom.
Do you know the Masia royal family?
Mutawa wosini wa Masia ba udiba.
Mutawa vosi ni amasia ni audiga.
Yes.
Who's their current, what is their status in Vhavenda?
Status chavo kalushaka lwa Vhavenda ndi chipio?
Ndizithovele.
They are chiefs.
Who's their current traditional leader?
Moranga pamba thobele wabo zwa zwino ndini?
Ndi vo Nthumeni Masia.
Mr. Nthumeni Masia.
Do you know him?
Baba diba?
Ndiyabadiva ndoshuma badi navo kazi komiti nje.
I know.
Rikudzivisana ngamapungo amvelele ya Chivenda.
I know him and we worked together in so many committees and we're dealing with the cultures and vendor customs, vendor cultures and vendor customs.
There's an article that has been discovered by the applicant relating to the dispute at Masia. That article is in Exhibit 3.
Kezofuna article ine abaka Exhibit 3 kana chitanwa 3 ine ya kwamba nga mapungo aningi ya Masia atkanedzano dzangeni ya Masia.
Respondent, Exhibit 3. Page 1, the article started at page 171.
Exhibit 3, sir.
As a please, madam. My lord, is page 171, Exhibit 3. Responded by one. It appears that also my colleagues are traveling. My Lord, it starts with succession to the heading is succession to the traditional leadership. Trial bundle 2. Trial bundle 2.
You say it's under. There's a 3-page respondents on the folder.
As a piece.
I was at page 170.
170. It's 170 the death certificate.
Yes, the last document there is 170, which is the death certificate.
It was admitted as exhibit 9. As a
Document is supposed to come after the death certificate. Since our manuscript has not been updated, because we ended at page 170. That should be
Malak will do the necessary the article has been prepared. As it is do necessary. I will just lead, I think the witness can be able to respond without much reference on the article. As it is. So,
Is that a newspaper article?
no, it's an article by a professor in anthropology. It has been used by all of us during evidence in chief by Professor F.C. Didier.
So it means when the study is must be
It was admitted also as an exhibit to the article, but we'll arrange that matter.
Are you able to trace that document?
It's exhausted, thank you.
Changing constitutional environment in South Africa. Is that an article like that?
As a piece, my lord.
We at some point try to make us copies because we
As a
just
we will do necessary. We'll make sure that tomorrow morning we'll arrange with the secretary for that the funds will be arranged for them. So, according to this article, Muraro Edith, who was a lady, a daughter of a Zekiso wife, could not succeed at the Masia. The succession went to the third house of Ramauga Libre.
Is it Mularo Edith?
Yes.
Zino hapa kai article huko pi Mularo Edith ane aba mwana wa msizana wa Zekiso mea baba Zekiso hango jena usufi oyaka ndu yabo raru hajena no fi Ramauba.
Ndizona.
It is true.
Do you know of what happened to Mr. Ramauba?
Vadi va uri hoiti ani ga Ramauba.
Wo Ramauba woru ujena matiba achiukhai. Awanara basina mufumakazi wa Zekiso. N'abana be baba nabo boruta nabo bosi abo umera murao.
After Ramauba was installed, after he passed away, it was realized that there was no Zekiso wife, and even the children they were born before. Born before he was installed. Then the chieftaincy went back to the other house. Oh, the chieftaincy went back to the family. Then they went back to Ramauba's house. Then they found Bontumeni Masia. Because there were still boys, there were still boy children in that house.
So, who's Ntumeni? Who's Ntumeni? Say the brother. Who's this Ntumeni?
Aba Bontumeni ndibapiyo ndinyi.
Bontumeni ndi Tobere ane akubusa Amasia zwino.
Is the current Tobere, the current chief who's ruling at Amasia now.
Where did you get this personal knowledge?
Indi boboni bai wanangapi? Wei wanangapi?
Wamasia nabone Roshimati nabo kazimwe committee. Ngorachiri rodzula rabari chikwamba nga diva zakare ya busi ya Vhavenda.
We work together in some committees with Chief Masia. So when we sit, then we'll be talking about the history, background of the Vhavenda traditional leadership.
Namusi vachirwelwa tare ndoba ndichideba hone nguri hambi wananga the family tree ya mtawaho ngubo chikamba diva zakare za mtawaho sino ndiyena hone ndavandi kuduguda zwinji no diva zvitu kavakara.
Even when he was coronated, I was present, I was there, and the family tree of the chieftaincy was explained. So that was where I also got information from the old man.
You have already testified that Mohope was the firstborn of the Zekiso wife at the Mphephu.
Bono sumbedzisa apa zvari bomuwape naboi boba batanje hange ini mutani wa Mphephu la mutano ni wa Zekiso.
Ndizona.
Correct.
Will I be correct if I put it to you that the applicant is not the first woman to be not to succeed because of many considerations, including that she's a woman at the Mphephu?
Ndidoba ndikwamba zvene na arali ndangari hawi anokuita khumbelo hapa hango kundelwa ujena udibana vafumakadzi banji vasingojenawo and ngamamba usongotosedzwa pedzi uri ndifungo lori ndi mufumakadzi pedzi osedzwa zvithu zvinji hokatelwa zvithu zvinji pedzi hodikatelwa na zvezvo ndi mufumakadzi hapa haMphephu.
Ndizone angotosedziwa phongwe pedzi lori ndi mfumakazi huna zwithu zwinji zwine zwi a tevheleliwa musi muthu a tshi tea uri a dzheniswe vhuhosini.
It is true, they did not only check that she's a woman. There are so many things that they consider when one is to succeed.
Tsha u thoma vha ḓo ḓisedza vha wana uri hoyo ane ra vha ri khou amba ngaye ha ngo bebiwa nga khosi o bebiwa nga mukololo.
Firstly, they will check and they will say the one that we talk about now was not born of a chief. She was born of a prince.
I wanted to get clarification if you agree that the applicant is not the first woman in the Mphephu not to succeed.
Ndani ko toda utobviselwa khagala pezi clarity ya uri hoyi applicant asi mufumakazi wa uthoma asene mufumakazi wa uthoma usajena chiduloni hapa lushakandwa Mphephu.
Ndikotendera nazo asene mufumakazi wa uthoma.
I agree with you. She's not the first woman.
I'm going to refer you to a judgment of the Constitutional Court in Shilubani. It's in the
Kakato ya Constitutional Court angini ka case ya Shilubani.
Exhibit 4, judgment in appeal. Under judgment in appeal, page 174. Paragraph 80, the second last paragraph. Paragraph 80, page 174, we start with the following authorities. Paragraph 80 as a case, madam. I'm going to read the last two paragraphs that start with the following authorities.
Nikobara paragraph mbili zinothoma ngapo ka the Baloi authorities.
The Baloi authorities have chosen to restore the line of Hosi Fofosa going back one generation.
Zveno hapfi hapa upfi babulanguli hapa kamutahoyi wa Baloi wo dzhia tsheo ya u vhuedzedza vhuhosi ha khosi vho Fofosa ho humelwa murahu kha generation nthihi.
So I'll end there. There's two paragraphs that I want to put a proposition out of this. With this paragraph, so if the court says, Mphephu royal family, go and develop your law, I'm putting you a proposition. Say, there's nothing that prevents the Mphephu royal family to say, we are going to restore the injustice that was done to women and will limit it to the house of George Murray. According to this judgment, if the development has to be done by the community can choose as to how the kingship will be restored to which land. So now, if the kingship is restored to the house of George Murray, yourself, the late Debunking, and Masindi, you have a claim to the Vhavenda kingship. Bearing in mind that the firstborn in George Murray is a woman who's Moab.
Some of this is with respect. You expect this witness to respond to the legal considerations in this case of Mamlika. Because those are the things that you can encapsulate in your argument by way of analogy. And then to make it to draw from the witness.
I hear a lot, but all I can make it simple because this is important. We will have to show with evidence that, for example, that the Faloi chose up to when a woman can succeed. The people hasn't chose, but they can choose. They can say we are starting from 19 25, 30, whatever. All that I want him to comment is that if the people says yes, we are restoring, the women can succeed. We are starting at the house of Patrick. Who will be looking at the firstborn being Moabe? Will the descendant of Patrick succeed or not? And to me, my lord, this is a failure. He's supposed to know his family.
The problem is we make lengthy statements. We don't know where the head begins and the tail ends.
I have to
shorten your question so that the witness must understand. All of us don't.
I don't understand the question.
So we also don't know the let's see.
As a piece, I will make it short. If Moabe succeeded, if Moabe as a firstborn succeeded, if there was no impediment, he succeeded, will your father able to succeed? If Moabe was able to succeed, if she was not a woman, she was a man, your father as a secondborn, will he have succeeded?
Arali bo Moabe babe ba jene samthu wa mbeu ya chifumakadzini munne wabo ba vha vho kono jenana.
Munne wanga ba daba songo kono jena.
No, he wouldn't have succeeded.
As a prisoner. So I'm going to run the statutory requirements of relating to the appointment of a chief. Do you have any criminal record?
Vana record ya zwa vhugevhenga?
Atinayo.
I don't have.
Do you suffer from any mental illness?
Una vhulwadze thamusi bune ba vhulwala thamusi a muhumbulo.
Toni.
Mentally.
And with respect, I'm asking that with respect because it's one of the considerations that the Act requires.
We know that.
As a piece, I'm asking that with respect. There are two requirements.
Sounds like
As a piece.
It was also difficult for me to interpret. Muimeleli vhari ndiko zvibudzise zvinoni nga thompho yote ngauri ndi zviwela kha dzi ṱhoḓea dzine dza tea u vha hone. khazona bulwadze bune babulwala thamusi muhumbulo
hayi athi lwali
no khazona muhati ba kwamba bari anabonolora abatenduli balwa
So I'm going to look at, I'm going to refer you to the minutes where Mr. David Mphephu mentioned the criteria at the Mphephu Ramabulana for the identification of the successor.
khazongo baisaka apo hebo Mphephu ba amba thodea za muthu ane ate u dzhena hapa tshiloni kha muta hoyu wa Mphephu Ramabulana.
Volume 2-3, my lord, page 525. But I'm also interested on the vendor, one which is written by hand in Vhavenda. Thank you. My lord can look the same bundle from 4 kg. The court can first look at 4 kg. That would be for this as a piece. My lord can look this 524 and 430.
May I just make this observation? I'm obviously going to have some difficulty understanding this, but the case that was put to our witnesses was based on the English translation from the get-go. So all of our expert witnesses are based on the English translation. That's what predecessor Mr. Silver put to Dr. V.C. Weeks. That's the basis on which we prepared our case. It's the basis on which we prepared our witnesses. So if we're going to a different version of the minute, that's going to create very severe prejudice to the applicant.
4 kg is the vendor minute. And the interpretation, 524.
Well, the interpretation is that of the 8th respondent. They put up the English version.
Two and two.
So the one is 232 and the other one is 232 at page
480 to 82.
And then minutes.
Now, Mr. Hudson is saying you have a translation copy.
Well, we relied on the translated version that's been put up by the 8th respondent, and that's the one that appears at page 524 and following. We've relied entirely on that one that was put up by the 8th respondent. We've relied on the English version of that, which
This is the same thing. The original Vhavenda written minutes. This is one
Yes, with no, they are variant. But my lord, I hear what my colleague is saying. The point could be, yes, the vendor is an original, which is also before court. It's in language practitioner. So I'm an officer of court where I see that the interpretation, because it's not, I think they translate it to English, but when I read this, I started to realize, first maybe it's when I was preparing with this sentence, that there are variants. And all that I want to do is just to point those variants, and with the whether the interpreter agrees that there's variance. And all the requirements, I can address him on all those particulars.
This document in volume 2 of 2, in the minutes, page 4 is who discovered this?
It's part of
Eighth respondent.
yes, it's part of the 8 respondents. Yes.
Are you in possession of this document?
Yes, indeed, we're in possession of it. What's been put to all of my witnesses, starting from Dr. Masindi to Jim, that's the case that we've accepted and we've worked with that. And we're going to have to consider recalling it. I don't know what the variances are that have been spoken about, but the risk is, first of all, the court hearing the variances creates a potential difficulty. But the second difficulty is I may end up having to start recalling my witnesses, particularly my expert witnesses, to get them to comment on a version that we didn't know was going to be relied upon at the very, very late stage of the trial that my learned friend is doing now. So there's severe prejudice potential.
In this volume 2, you want to compare or put a question based on the original to when translated process.
So the only thing, my lord, most of the things that have been said is there, but it's just the language. For example, if someone say there are many things, and in the minutes, in the English version, it appears as only look at this.
Mr. Rebellious, let's put it this way.
and start by asking, was the translation of the original document made by the applicant?
Yes, but not the translation. No, it was not made because we came in at the later stage.
Yes.
So it appears that the royal family themselves had 2 minutes. There was the vendor one and the interpreter also.
Just a minute, sir. We are of the view that you needed to stick to the translation in 3, because if there's something that you want to deal with arising from the original, which, as Mr. Watson says, none of the witnesses challenged or tested.
As a piece, my lord, I was telling my
Unless otherwise, from this translation, yes, language practitioner, there's no deviation really from the translated version. You can move forward. If there's something you can tell me, it's like, it's an hour.
all my lord that I was saying to my colleague was that when I was preparing with the witness, that was also for the first time when I noticed that there are aspects that are not corresponding. But being as it is, my lord, it's not I would say 80% of what is contained here is.
But what is your contention, Mr. Rebellious? Is it that some of the statements were not accurately translated?
Yes.
Or part of the original statement has not been translated onto this document?
They were not accurately translated.
No.
Mr. Rebellious, did you discuss these deviations with Mr. Dodson before now?
No. I only pick it up, my lord. I would say, I think on Sunday. Yeah, then I brought it. Yeah, Kingship.
Perhaps you might be time first if you really think it's important to deal with these deviations as a problem. In contradistinction to the translated version, and see whether you can't agree on something.
My lord, I
because the fact that these witnesses were never given the opportunity to deal with this either.
my lord, I think I can move on the basis of the document or on the English version. Then what we'll do when we break, we'll see how we can deal with that. And I'll also have
still an option. Maybe you don't conclude your evidence, discuss the matter with the person or tomorrow, if you still a date.
I don't think so. The only thing that we'll do, we can conclude, then we'll have to, because I hear, even if we insist that no, then that will mean that all the witnesses will have to be called and so on. So I don't think that we'll have to get them. What we'll do, I will make a suggestion to him when we break to say, let's get a proper vendor translator. Let's see where's the variant. If we are far apart, then we accept that, because this is the case that went to the SCA. The SCA understood the minutes as they were in English. But all that I was doing is that I also brought it immediately, I think in the evening when after consulting, then I text them to say, I see this, we are far apart from English and Venda. And I agree that we just have to work on what we have, because a prejudice is more to not even to the applicants only, even on the respondent, because that case that was at the SCA, it was not the case. Yes, but it's not really, the requirements are still there. I think they are, I've highlighted last line from 480. Mostly now, who said what? Nini, now on it. So there are two things.
Yes. Now, if I speak to this in the meantime to translate the question. However, yes, Mr. Mphephu is here, which throughout we know is a competence as a language transition. And let me assist Mr. also to see whether there are any material deviations as to avoid reasoning.
No, that's not, we can't accept. We also want to
I mean, it doesn't just go to our cross-examined David Mphephu entirely on the basis of that meeting. So, what happens to all of my cross-examination? Do we recall David Mphephu? So the prejudice to some of the individual witnesses is severe as well. I don't think it's fair on David Mphephu to drag him back to the witness box after he spent a long time in the witness box to now start again on a different version of the minute.
To be honest, I also see this document. Yeah, I think that just for now, deal with what is there, like legislation, but then, as I said, subject to a discussion with and also with the president to see whether any material deviations.
As a truth, that's fair. I also concede that also I was looking at the English version throughout. Okay, we pick it up earlier. That will have been as a truth. I'm going to refer you to page 524, and I would want to
You have a copy of
Yes, my lord.
So that I should hear the direction from court to say, let's deal with the translation, then we'll sort our issues. I'm going to ask you a question relating to what has been stated as the requirements for the criteria that the people use when they identify traditional leader.
Kezvo ndikova vutsadzi mbudziso aparosedza fungo lauri ndi zvipio zvine zvasedziwa musi uchitopoliwa kana uchitiwa muthu anokoteya uva khosi.
So it should be from the Reversion.
Zviteova zvichibva kamuta wavuhosi. Yeah.
Person must be from the Reversion.
Muthu teova achibva kamuta wavuhosi. Yes.
There's no dispute that yourself and Masindi are all from the Mphephu.
Auna khanedzano kafungo lauri bone na Masindi bote babva mutani wa vuhosini wa Mphephu.
Ndi zwone.
Yes.
And what is stated there, Zekiso wife. Zekiso wife. So I'm going to ask you a question. Did your father, Patrick Mphephu, King Patrick Mphephu, did he have a Zekiso wife?
Zvino hapa wambi wofi mutanoni wa Zekiso. Zvino ndikoba kutsambudziso uri mume wavo vo Patrick Mphephu vo bava na mutanoni wa Zekiso na.
Muna wanga wa Patrick Mphephu bava na mutanoni wa Zekiso.
Yes, my father had a Zekiso wife.
The late King Dimbanyika, did he have a Zekiso wife?
Mutahavu kosi vo Dimbanyika vo bava na kosi kuri vo Dimbanyika vo bava na mutanoni wa Zekiso.
Vo Dimbanyika bava sathu bana mutanoni wa Zekiso bava sathu malelo mutanoni wa Zekiso.
The late Dimbanyika did not yet have a Zekiso wife. The Zekiso wife was not yet married for him.
Said he should be disciplined.
Afi mutu waone utea uva ana vudifari ana mikhwa ya vudi.
Ndi zwone.
Yes.
As there in your 23 years of being a traditional leader, the royal family ever summons you with regard to you not being disciplined?
Kami mwaya mahumi mabili na miraru kana ya fumbili raru ya ubusa habo. Hobu yaba na chipingana chemuta wa vuhosini wababulaya wababiza babula wangi bakubulayirwa uri tamusi una mikhwa isiyona.
Azatu bya zwaitaya na uri muta wa vuhosini una manda uri arali muthu achikobanyadza. Vakona kubvisa muthu baya baseza imwe ndo yonotevera vajenisaya.
It had never happened, and moreover the royal family had the power, if one is disrespect them, they can remove him and put someone.
We should respect elders.
Utehuwa amutwano Toni Mphephu. Yes.
Have you at any stage ever not respect elders?
Howe abana chipinga tamusi chebone baba mutwasa Toni Mphephu.
Azatu bya zwaitaya.
It never happened.
He should be a good leader.
Hafi utehuwa muranga pamba kwaye wabudi.
Ndi zwone.
Yes.
You were a traditional leader for long. Was there anyone who ever came from the royal family and said, you should not rule because you are not a good leader?
Bone boba muranga pamba wachipinga.
There's been a series of leading questions here. I decided the best is just to keep quiet and let the flow of proceedings go on. But to stop at some point.
Why do you say it's written? Because reading is the criteria.
You see, you can put the criteria and you can say to the witness, what's your comment on that, on your compliance or otherwise with that criteria? I've got no difficulty with that.
It's reciting the criteria.
Indeed, I've got no difficulty with that. What I would suggest isn't misleading is to say, this is the criteria, what is your comment? As far as you're concerned.
Try to establish this.
As a prisoner, I must say that there's never been my intention to ask this witness any question. I look it on the basis.
I'm not complaining, I'm just trying to get them agreed.
Yeah, but then if you're not complaining, it's not an objection. So you can continue.
As a prisoner.
But then try to explain less.
As a case.
To appear like
As a case. So what's your comment with regard to your leadership? The requirement is that you must be a good leader.
Bari mini zvichikwama tamusi uranga pamba havo apa upfito de andi auri muthu waone uteuva amuranga pamba kwaye kana wabudi.
Nandibona uranga panda hanga uranga panda kwayo ngori arabusi kwayo sazvenda disimbedzisa makotsi mulena zikadzi vana manda omvisa.
I regard my leadership as a good one because if it was not good, Makoti Munene and the Kadzis have got the power to remove me.
It's a requirement that this person must be identified and supported by Makoti Munene and the Kadzis. What was the position with your identification?
Hatuna todea ya uri mutu hoinoni utewa otopoliwa nga otopoliwa za sorry
By the Makoti Munene and the Kadzis.
otopoliwa nga Makoti Munene na zikadzi bone kanyimere yabo zo chimbilisana zichikwama utopoliwabo kana utiwa habo
nekanyimere nga ndizizwe zo mwali wanepa ndoba ndichitopoliwa ndotopoliwa nga Makoti Munene na zikadzi.
In my position it is in line with with what is written here. I was identified by Makoti Munene and the Kadzis.
And the last requirement, the king must come or must be a man. What do you comment? What is your comment in reference to you and the applicant? I don't want to lead this one.
To there ya upezise yaba ya uri upikosi iti ya uba mutu wa mbeu ya chinani no bangari mini chikwama bone na applicant.
Ndizone kosi ito yoba ya chinani asizitu za Thomas Vino nobva murau.
It is true indeed, a king is supposed to be a male person or a man. It did not start now, it has been practiced a long time ago.
If some person suggested that require customer requirement is
Zino, ndizvone zvingakadiva zvotoma murau zvino ari mutu angari heyo todeya ina uketulula nga ngomukayo vangari mini ngairi
ndingari aitova na uketulula nga ngomukayo ngori zviva kamikwa na maitele businane.
I can say it is not discriminatory, but it is according to the customs and the way of how they do things in that chieftaincy.
Just to follow up, the applicant has called Professor Makanya Ntlama, who told this court that the eighth respondent, my apology, my lord, who told this court that or let me put it this way, what will be your comment to Professor Machize's statement before this court when she was being cross-examined that the applicant was not discriminated because he's a woman?
Va ngari mini ka butanzi waimbo ngabo Professor Machize chipinga cha musiba chikobutswa dzimbudziso hapo pamba hako ti musiba chiri mu applicant hango ketululwa nga mwambo wa uri ndi wambe ya chifuma kadzi.
My memory just doesn't stretch that far back. I don't remember making a concession. I could well be wrong. But in case it wasn't, I just wanted to say that.
Hello, it's still fresh in my mind that considered it's not discriminated because of the gender. The reason is that the mother was not exactly so. I don't want to get to the others. He has to be rest assured. We'll get in the paragraph. This for the second time I posed this to my witness, and my colleague will want that reference, and after that we will concede. So
he puts a disclaimer that he can't record, so you can't blame him for this.
So I'm not going to mislead the court. Professor Machiza made that concession that she's not being discriminated.
just the principle.
That's a case. So, that's a case. What is your comment? The applicant's own experts considered at this court that the applicant is not being discriminated, she could not qualify because she doesn't meet the many criteria. There's other one that I did not deal with. I don't want to mention it now. What is your comment?
Zvinobari mini kailifungo lauri expert ya applicant bone bane botenda ilifungo lauri mu hoyu applicant hango ketulurwa nga mwambo wa uri ndi muthu wa mbeu ya chifumakazini una thodea dzasi dziswikelele una imweni ndi tiko ndikasiyambe
ndizone ndingaima naye ukhamba zone ngori uri muthu akono jena bosini una zithodea dzine ufuna uthomoziswikelela.
It is true, I agree with her, because for one to be considered or rather to succeed, there are requirements or criteria that he has to meet.
One of the criteria that the Supreme Court of Appeal said this court must decide is whether a child who was born before a father ascends to a throne can succeed. But based on that, I want to ask you, when you were born, what was the status of your father?
Imwe ya dzithodea dzapfi dzitea usedziwa musi hei case ichibuya ichibvange ni Supreme Court of Appeal ndifungo lauri zvauri mwana obebiwa mume wawe vasathu vachiduloni cha buhosi uyatea ujenana kana ate ujena zvinobone vachibebiwa mume wavo nyimele kana status cha mume wavo chova chichipio.
Mune wanga baba kusikulu ya rushaka rwa Vhavenda.
My father was the king of the Venda nation.
And then the applicant father, when she was born, what was the status of the father?
Kotsi applicant vachibebiwa status chavo chova chichipio.
Status chavo chova chichova mkororo.
Her father was his status was he was a prince. His name was Chimangadzo.
According to further requirements that were assembled by Mrs. Mpai, that were also confirmed by Mr. David Mphephu when he testified, is that the mother of the person to become the chief should have performed what we call utanura.
Zeno, limwe pungu hapa lo ambiwa ngabo Professor Mpai, lela do kwatisezona ngabo David Mphephu. Loba pungu lauri, mutuane atea ujenai, mme awe batea bo uba boita hala maitere anofi utanura.
Ndizone.
Correct.
So in this regard, there's evidence before this court that the applicant mother did not perform this ritual, while there's evidence that your mother performed this ritual.
Zvino zvichikwama ayo maitere, muna butanzi pano pamba kote auri, me a applicant, abongo ita mapungo utanura ngeno me abobone bwa ita.
There's evidence both ways. There is also evidence that the applicant's mother did perform the and there is also a concession by Mr. Mphephu, if I remember correctly, that his absences from Toni Mphephu created a difficulty in terms of his ability to testify in relation to those things. So I think there is evidence going either way, and I think if that isn't put, then it becomes a new question.
My Lord, I think, my Lord, I think I can leave it for argument, but I will ask him a follow-up based on this principle. So, my Lord, I think it suffices. The previous witness, I think, can live with that evidence on that aspect.
This very issue, the determination with that of the lives will depend on the weight of that.
As a case. And I can't ask him because when he was born, he was young. My Lord, I'm about to finalize my evidence in chief. With the leave of court, I want to ask for permission to approach my colleagues just to verify if any important aspect that we might not have dealt with. We have identified the aspect there, about 3 aspects that I would like to put into this witness before I can close the evidence in chief with the leave of court. So, the mere fact that somebody is born by a Zekiso wife, does that give an automatic right that when the children of that Zekiso wife will succeed?
Bongo lauri mutu obegwa nga mtanuni wa Zekiso jambo automatically uya jena ngauri obegwa nga mtanuni wa Zekiso.
Does that give the right that that person will succeed?
Zviva right kana fanele uri uyo mutu anga jena na chidzulo.
Azito pa fanelo yari mutu oyo ufona jena chiduloni ngauri.
Can you tell the court
it does not give the right that that person has the right to succeed?
Can you tell the court the circumstances that can make the person who's born from Zekiso wife not to succeed?
Banga taluchedza kotena nyimele dzine mutu mwana obegwa nga mutanuni wa Zekiso asa jen ngadzo.
Banga kadiwana mwana obegwa nga Zekiso asa tonipi.
It might happen that the child born of a Zekiso wife is disrespectful to his father. Disrespectful.
Any other things?
Mia when I won comes to a way that you quachori Cosina Kobura Neakobusa, it happens to whoever giant.
And or maybe his mother want to make to make it, or rather to kill, to make a plan to kill the father so that the child can accept.
Now this is engineer now arari which go film to obebanga Zekiso wife makoti munene na zikazi ndibona buno doba mutu apora out of you obebanga ngakazi utwa straight babo seza tuzinjinyana na uri mutu uba kuchirira kwanu kwa kuchirisa ana.
There are several things that can disqualify that person even if he's born of a Zekiso wife, because makoti munene and the kazis they look at some several things, the requirements from that person, because they are the ones who are responsible to identify that person.
ngori ungasivokozekisa wife sazwe baba kuti zviya khalina khononi wadiva jena chidulo uningeno Toni zuso chimbila zwakuti
you can be of a zekiso wife like what you were putting to me here earlier on. Then you can be of a zekiso wife, then ascend, hence things are not right. Upstairs. Or rather, yeah, it's referring to the mental illness.
Do you know Mr. Mphephu Ramabulana?
Bo Mphephu Ramabulana baba diba.
Ndiyabadiva.
Yes.
He testified that in this court on behalf of the applicant that there was a complaint that was sent to Nelson Mandela's office, President Nelson Mandela's office, complaining that the royal family is coronating the brother instead of the child.
Bo mekedza mutanzi hapa pamba koche bari una mbilaelo yorumeliwa ngeni ofisini ya mu president bo Mandela ichikosumbitsa zvauri mutahui wa buhosini ukovea muratu wa mutahavu husingwana.
He said this was done by him and one Mr. Toni Mphephu.
Bari hezvo zvoitwa ngavo, hezvo zvambilaelo heyo ngavo nabo Mphephu Toni Mphephu.
So I want to show you a document where Mr. Toni Mphephu was one of the executive committee member of the Rebellion royal family.
Zvino ndikotodo vasumbedza bambiri apa inei hava vonomeni Mphephu vo vava mumwe wa mirado hei ya makokodzera thungu apa mutani wa buhosini.
But while my colleague
vamumwe murato muulwana
is looking to the reference, I want to know how was your relationship with Mr. Mphephu while you were the senior traditional leader, later the king of Vhavenda?
Zvino bachika todo nthusa apa ngatoda bambiri laho ni mutsundi ya uri vushaka bukati havo navo Mphephu chipinga cha musi vachikobusa bonisa khosi na musibono vakhosi kulwane hoba bwani.
Vushaka wanga navo Mphephu ndichikobusa sakhosi hoba wawudi ngori vachidiwa murado wa khoro ya territorial council ya Mphephu.
My relationship with Mr. Mphephu while I was ruling as a chief was good because he was also the member of the council of Mphephu territorial council, traditional council.
So are you aware that there was a correspondence written by Mavis Mphephu where he was suspended, and one of the reasons was that he disrespected you?
Vaya zvidivana zveri huna zvomwariwo ngava Mavis Mphephu vapedza vo avo Mphephu vo suspendiwa kana voimisiwa vongolila uri upfi vanyadza bona.
Ndiyazvidiva uri una uripi umwari wawo nga Mavis Mphephu.
Yes, I am aware that there was a letter that was written by Mavis Mphephu.
Ngori ababo Mphephu ndizvona vakunyadza.
It is true that Mr. Mphephu was disrespectful towards me.
What was he doing?
Boba vachikoita mini.
China vangatovamba chione chotoma ndichauri vava vachijana nakamashango avathu vachisokojana vachazvitenzi zviva zvichikoulwa na maitele a muthu ane avakubusa vachivenda ngauri vavya vaita izvo zviyambo vavakonyadzana.
Firstly, he will just go to some other people's territory or rather villages and erect some stands there, or some stands there. And if you do that, per our vendor customs, that it automatically you are disrespectful towards me.
There was an opinion that the Supreme Court of Appeal directed that the House of Traditional Leaders, both national and provincial should prepare and furnish that to court. The conclusion by both houses that Purupero was a Zekiso wife was based word by word from the affidavit of Anna Ramnes. Was based word by word from the affidavit prepared in this, the founding affidavit in this matter of Anna Ramnes. Was there any stage that this house approached you or Mavis wanting to know the custom at Mphephu Ramabulana?
I think I'm lost, my lord, because he first said some things, and the House of Traditional. If
there's an opinion by the House which is before this court.
Sorry, I think perhaps there's asking whether anybody from that institution consulted with you. Referring to the opinion itself.
Was there at any stage that yourself approached by the House wanting to investigate the custom and practices of Mphephu Ramabulana?
Obia bana chipingana chebone ba diwakabo nga dzindu hedzi House of Traditional Leaders badakawo bachikoto dibanga maitele azwabu hotsi hafa Mphephu Ramabulana zwa maitele ayo hafa Mphephu Ramabulana
azongo byazwaiteya ngauri rine raro dizviravelela uri vatu vonodivesa ngavo husi ya Mphephu Ramabulana ndi rine Ramabulana makodzi vomakadzi namakotsi munene.
It did not happen because we were expecting it to happen, because we are the ones who know better about the Ramabulana Mphephu Ramabulana chieftaincy. It's us, makotsi munene, and the kadzis.
Ngauri vavara humburi hava vanduhi vadoda vada varidarela vakona udivana zuri maitele ya mikhwa yaviyo wa Mphephu Ramabulana ndipi.
We expected that those houses will come to find out from us about our customs and our culture as Mphephu Ramabulana chieftaincy.
Ngauri na mahosi Vhavenda vavorindela nori khamusi vangagoditusa ndikombura chimwe chipinga veve vatobvana khandu ya house, the house vosika ivabva khazvo.
Because even Venda chiefs, they were waiting for them. I remember at one stage, they even withdrew themselves from that house.
Can a woman change the status from being an ordinary woman to Zekiso wife?
Mufumakadzi mutanuni uyakona ushambikisa chimo cha wena aba mufumakadzi wa mutanuni wa Zekiso.
Apologize, non-Zekiso to Zekiso wife.
Mutanuni ani asibe wa Zekiso uyakona ushambikisa chimo cha wena aba mutanuni wa Zekiso.
Azvikona dzei.
It is impossible.
My Lord, I think I'll forfeit the question relating to the documents of Norman. I see that my colleague is struggling, and that will be evidence in chief.
We are concerned.
Yes, sir, please.
Previous
Yes, sir, please. Yes, sir, please. Yes, sir, please, my Lord. I don't have any further questions. Yes, sir, please. That will be evidence in chief, my Lord.
Due to time constraints, it is only fair probably going to be lengthy because of the duration Now, to that extent, we will adjust these proceedings on an understanding that we will also give you opportunity for you to discuss with the person to the time the areas where you agree or disagree on that our original minutes captured in this event.
As a court piece.
Now, on that score, the court will adjourn. I don't know how to address it, but this informed the witness that he should be back here tomorrow. And of course, the same way that you take away the so you know, to get him ready. He must prepare himself to be ready.
Kezvo pfi vati dzudzanye machairo uri vave ready uri vangakadichia dhuva lotesa namusi vadova vakobutswa dzimbudziso ngamuimereri waapplicant. I will be ready. Thank you very much.
All right.
Hey.